Hello. Hello, Nobias. How are you, buddy, old pal? My brainwashed friend. This is so stupid the way they say that all the time. They don't even know. I'm quite content with the friends that I have on here. I don't think any of them are brainwashed. That's why we're friends. No, you know how they're always saying that about like anybody who comes in my live stream. I think that's what I like most about the people that come in my live streams is that they have brains. Yes, though, you have a clean brain. You don't have a dirty, dirty mind saying all dirty, dirty stuff. We all are. We have clean brains. I was thinking about maybe doing a little commentary. What do you think? I found one that I never finished. Why aren't you staying in the chat? Oh, okay. So you are staying in the chat, but you're just not typing in the chat. I get it. I was like, how can she listen and not stay in the chat? But you mean you're not typing in the chat. I get it now. I never said I was the sharpest tool in the shed. Really? Everybody start typing about her. Everybody type everything. And then I'll say, you didn't see all that great stuff everybody was saying in the chat last night?
Let's go back to again. And the very
Let's go back to it again. I know that it's this person's voice, which is, yeah. I get that. I do. So pissed. I wrote down a phone number on a piece of paper earlier, and now I can't find it. Stupid woman. Okay, so disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video. I am using it within the various guidelines. It's altered in speed and is being used for commentary, educational, entertainment purposes only. Just because I never finished listening to this wench.
no intentions of ever having a channel. I was totally fine and content with being a mod and joining your live every night. That was part of my daily routine. But then you got sloppy, and I had to let you go. Okay, you got dismissed. And then somehow I just needed to get my voice out there on things that you were lying on me about. And so one thing led to another. So now if you want to say,
oh, so I guess she's explaining how she ended up with her own channel. So she must be speaking to Sharon, I'm going to assume here, because that was the only one she was a mod on her channel, correct? I think that's what I'm thinking. At that time, yes, this is older. Well, it's not too old. It's not that old. It's not over a month. So let's just go back and see what she was saying so we could see.
Entertain us and enlighten us and let us know where are you more rich than us? You're fucking mean and evil. No, that would be you. Are you looking in the mirror right now? Did you find the mirror? Yeah, you are. I know you gotta laugh at this shit, even though you shouldn't. You have to laugh at some of the shit she says because it's just like, wow. Thank God there's not another one of her in this community. Like, thank
Shut the hell up, lady.
God, because I don't know if I can handle two methies. Oh, good job. Thank you, Elmer. Oh, and by the way, my apologies when I say this. I do know there's a second person, but I cannot remember who it was. Maybe it was Valdez. I don't remember who. But Methy likes, or not Methy. Satan likes to think that I used her for subs. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Go back to again. In the very beginning, I had no intentions of ever having a channel. I was totally fine and content with being a mod and joining your live every night. That was part of my daily routine. But then you got sloppy, and I had to let you go. Okay, you got dismissed. And then somehow I just needed to get my voice out there on things that you were lying on me about. And so one thing led to another. So now if you want to say, we can say that you're like the motivation for me having a channel, but don't say I used you for subs, because in reality, you only got me enough subs in the very beginning for me to have like a community post or something. So at best, we're talking 50 to 100 subs at best. It was Elmer who got me a lot of subs, and it's the second person that I'm really sorry. It was either Valdez or Prue. I can't remember who it was. I'm really, really sorry. But I do know there was a second person aside from Elmer.
What do you mean? They bought you subs? Did they buy you subs? Wow. Sounds like they bought her subs because Elmer doesn't really have a lot of subs. You know what I'm saying?
Elmer, who got me where I got, aside from hustling too. Huh? You fucking bitches get to move on, but you're gonna keep saying lies about me. Well, look at how much progress we've all made. Some of us who probably never thought like Debbie and I never even it never crossed my mind to ever be cordial with her. And look where we became. Even with Anal Baby. I was willing to let's let bygones be bygones and let's see where this can go. I mean, that lasted maybe 5 fucking minutes, okay? Debbie's done worse to me, and I don't have the same kind of ill feelings as I do for you, SG. And that's kind of
Gee, my heart's broken.
crazy that other people have done some really fucked up things to me, but really, SG, you're the one that I have the worst feelings for. You and Tiffany. You're the two in Satan. All three of you. You're like the worst that I have the worst feelings for. So I would like to say that we have all made a lot of progress. Not just me, all of us. We have Keith in the house today. I'm like letting people like Roxy leave. So I think there's been a lot of progress here today. So no, SG, it's you.
Progress towards hatred.
Who's stuck in the funk. Stuck in the funk. Yeah, so you don't get to point out racists and overlook. Oh, I do, and anybody else has a right to. Anybody, I don't care what color you are, you have a right. We have a right. As an American citizen, we have a right, damn it. We have a right to our opinion. It doesn't mean you're standing for anything. And we have a right to stand for what we believe in.
Shut up. Bitch thinks she's all like fucking... What was her name? Fucking Norma Ray.
Yeah, for your own personal narrative. Good day, racist bitch. Nazi loving bitch. Well, you're a racist bitch.
Actually, no, I'm not.
And you know what I think she really hates? Nobody's going around still talking about Janelle and the Nazi tattoo. Nobody talks about it. Only she talks about it. And why does she talk about it? Because it's her own guilty conscience that she knows deep down how racist she is. So she just uses that.
Wow. What a fucking stupid fucking thing to say. You really are stupid.
That as a scapegoat. That's all it is. you said you should stand up for racism. Well, who do you assign then, Methy? We already know that Anal has assigned her whole family to come eat some ass. So who do you assign to be the voice of racism? You know how much I don't give a fuck. Hi, Lisa.
Not you.
Hi, Rebecca. I mean, do you guys hear her still sniffing something? Now, in her defense, she's probably sniffing as she was recording, so we probably hear double sniffing.
As I was recording. Right, no BS. Exactly. Exactly. Hello.
But we do still hear the snorting, sniffing throughout the whole 20 hours she's been live. And that's how she's able to still keep going. That's how we do it. Shut the fuck up over there. Calling a bunch of people and your supposed friends white trash. Telling them to suicide them. If you don't give a fucking why you stuck it running your mouth. Fucking Nazi lover. And you are. Because if your fucking problem is with me, and so you.
Is that too fast?
Don't stand for race against racism across the board. You're fucking.
Hi, Rainbow.
You had no problem with Janelle. You know what, Janelle? I wonder if you had KKK on your wrist. I wonder how much she would adore you in that aspect. I have to really wonder if you had KKK on your hand instead of the Nazi thing. I have to wonder, would SG adore you for that? Or would
No.
she still be calling you out for
Are you out of your mind? KKK? Are you just like so ignorant? I mean, my gosh.
that? Only dating Uncle Ruckus. Oh, but you're loving it. You're loving it.
Loving it.
And if he can get over you talking about N people, then he should certainly be able to get over being called Uncle Ruckus. Especially when he said, well, he did say that after she said it, but
I didn't say it.
that's what's going on here. That's a racist. What does that mean? So there's an Aunt Ruckus too? Is there a cousin Ruckus? I mean, how far do we go on the Ruckus?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about there.
What do you mean? I didn't leave her alone. She also harassed me for almost a fucking year. I didn't harass her mother until after 8 months of pregnancy. She's right. So you admit you did harass her about her mother?
And I apologized.
Like, why did she look for America? That is not what she said. See, you're making those words out to that how she said.
No. That's exactly what she said, and I don't have to make out words to anything.
And that's not the exact words and how she said it.
You don't remember everything.
6 to 2 years. 6 months to 2 years. I matter. I have feelings. You can only push someone so far. And here's another thing. I'm offended. I'm offended. I'm offended by what she was saying. No, she has. You think that I don't see comments and shit she leaves in places? Like laughing her ass off when people are, over. Yeah. I know. We know how much you love emojis. We all know it. Oh, I never said others, though. But
Apparently you love emojis.
She doesn't think others do, because rather than say fucking, she's against Nazis or against Janelle calling dating Uncle Ruckus. Maybe that turns him on. We don't know. Let Uncle Ruckus decide that.
Wow.
Let him decide how
Let Uncle Ruckus decide that? Wow. Maybe it turns him on.
he feels about that. If he says he doesn't want to be called that, then we won't call him that no more. But, if he likes it, let's find out. No, I think she ended. Every fucking right to go at people who fucking harass the fuck out of Mr. Cancer. No, you don't have a right to call someone an N-word because they're calling you out for your cancer.
I didn't call anybody the N-word. And yeah, I do have a right to be pissed off because calling me out for cancer, that doesn't even fucking make sense.
Lying about something? How does that?
I wasn't lying about it. See, this is you. Your whole entire live stream is a full lie.
The right to attack somebody on their skin color. Oh, but you know what? That is how she feels. That is exactly how she feels. She knows she's a liar, and anybody who's calling her out for her lies,
I'm not a liar.
pull out her notes on what she has.
No, see, you're the liar, Swiss. Your live streams are lie streams. They're not.
That's on you, and she's going to use it on you because she wants to win on being more powered over the weak. Thank you, Sharon. Because I know you're not everywhere, Lana. But I do check the videos that are fucking harassing me. And she had fucking post. Oh, we know you are. We know you got them all recorded. So tell me, Methy, where did this get you today? Did this get you where you wanted to be?
Swiss was hurt when she said it and she was crying. Give it a rest. Come on now. Give it a rest.
I'm hoping, even if it's just one person, I'm hoping we at least got one more person to open their eyes on you. And even at one person is still more than yesterday. So I'm hoping that's what's happened today. But you tell me, what was your end game here? Did you get more views? Did you get more subs off this? Because
my end game for what?
For now on, I'm going to start reposting, and I'm going to title how much of a racist and a cancer scammer you are.
But you're lying, see? But that's a lie.
You don't hear Swiss and them fucking harassing the fuck out of me? Oh yeah, because you hear me up all night in my sleep. Unlike you, I do go to sleep. I enjoy my sleep. I'm not on any drugs or alcohol to keep me going.
Sure. Sure you're not.
I did take Motrin last night though. I did take that, and it does help me sleep a little bit for some reason. But yeah, I did take some Motrin. But no, you don't hear me doing 20-hour lives and going on everybody, going down the line. I mean, they want to act like, oh, poor Elliot, poor me, Elliot. But that's what she is. That's all she does is sit there and talk about how everybody is making fun of her. Well, aren't you the common denominator then? Does anybody recall why her and Tanja had a falling out? I do remember there was a time where Tanja was not fond of her and they had a falling out. Does anybody remember what that was about? My Captain Save-A-Ho, that's not how even. Do you know what that means, Matthew? No. Do you know what Captain Save-A-Ho even means? Don't use it if you don't know what it means, okay? No.
Believe it means you're the captain of saving hoes?
Oh. Don't touch the phone, but if you don't know what you're doing. Okay. No. Captain Save-A-Ho was. Do you know what Captain Save-A-Ho means? Fuck teach. No, it doesn't mean fuck teach. That's not what that means. You don't get to say, why the fuck am I looking for a miracle? I'll be dead 6 months to 2 years. And that was the fucking breaker point. Well, shit, you trumped that. You said you had stage 4 again, and then like a miracle happened, and miraculously,
You got a problem with miracles?
Just disappeared. I mean, why is something such a miracle is going to happen? Why would God choose you? Of all the people in the world, or even let's just narrow it down. Let's just even say in this community, there are other people who have cancer.
Why would God choose me? What a horrible thing to say.
Sir, why would God not give somebody who's a lot nicer than you that second miracle chance? Why? Why would God decide, I'm going to give Methy this miracle? Why? when religiously somebody gave you a necklace and you blame the necklace for giving you cancer. So why would God say, you blamed us for giving you the cancer, but hey, let me give you this miracle? Doesn't make
Hi, Nat. I didn't blame a necklace for it.
sense, Methy. And not be able to respond and then all be celebrating, right? Yes. Yes.
Good King of Chaos. Sorry, SG, you need to stop doing coke for real, my opinion. No, you need to stop doing coke.
I don't know how I react that day. Would it be a celebration? I don't want to say that. That's not really nice either, but
I don't say Steelio instead of Steelo. I don't even say Steelo.
she was putting stuff about, in honor of SG, I'm taking my kids to the library and spending time with them and stuff. And
oh my God. Valdez said, oh my God. Valdez said, Jewish people don't believe in miracles. And E-Beggar says, true, Valdez. Wow. Thank you, Annette. Wow, that is...
He's pointing out that none of us ever take our kids to the library. So now we have a mother who's actually talking about her kids at the library, and that's still not good enough for you.
What are you talking about? I said it was nice. That's what I'm saying. That's why you hear me go quiet sometimes, because I'm just like, wow. That's just so crazy to say. I mean, I think the Jewish people and lots of people experience miracles every day. Like,
so do you take back calling her an N-word now because now she does take her kids to the library?
I didn't call her that.
Comment saying, I think that's great. I love the library. That's what. Yes, she did start it. Yes, she did. She did. And I had a nice, what I thought was conversation with you.
Elmer says, Valdez, she isn't Jewish. Jewish heritage is passed down on the maternal side. She claims her father was Jewish, excuse me. But what does it matter to her?
Exactly. How do you go from having a nice conversation with somebody to calling them the worst thing you could possibly call them?
I didn't call her that.
It's going to hurt their feelings. How do you do that? It's the talking. You think it's okay for her to be saying everybody can go kill each other, everybody can kill themselves, all went trash? I mean, we all do say things at times that, we probably shouldn't. I'm not going to lie and say that I think haven't slipped out of my mouth here that I'm like, ooh, why did I say that? Or I shouldn't have said that, or I better not say that again, or don't try to say that again.
She says, I even got library cards. You didn't already have library cards? I'm sorry, I'm just surprised.
That's how you learn.
No, Tish, you kept bringing me up. You and your friends over there kept bringing me up, Tish.
Thrive and strive. Thriving and, thriving and surviving. That's how it goes. But you don't take ownership for anything you do. We're not allowed to be offended. Is that because we're white? No, that's not.
I don't even know Valdez. Valdez says she is Jewish victim when she isn't being a cancer victim. Wow. Elmer says 3-time cancer survivor. Okay, Elmer, so you're a 3-time cancer survivor. Then wouldn't you consider that to be miraculous? So wouldn't you consider that to be a miracle to somebody else in the community as well? Like, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you consider that to be a miracle? It's amazing to me that you can't figure out, that saying things about another cancer patient or anybody is just so crazy. Uh, Hippie says, Swissy, SG is bumper humping on your live stream. No, she's playing my live stream, Hippie Chick. She was playing my live stream.
Not what she said. She did not say that nobody should not be offended because they're white. That's not what she said. Where how you said?
I didn't say she. But they can say all this stuff about Jewish people in there. That is just. I can put up every screenshot of the nasty shit you were saying about cancer. The other day I was fucking saying you did a nice gesture for Chicken Winner. You still keep running with the narrative she gave you.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Now it's another.
King of Chaos says Valdez, except she really isn't Jewish. She appropriated Jewish identity only.
Nice gesture, because just the other day you were making fun of how CW was like, oh, it's a lot more than I expected, or something to that nature. Like,
I wasn't
and then
making
you're
fun
saying
of that. I wasn't making fun of that.
CW got paid off. So it was it a
I
nice
never made it like CW got paid off. That's how they did.
gesture, or was it a nice payoff? Because the other day it wasn't a nice gesture. You were accusing them
That's a lie.
of doing like a malicious attack of it.
But you, when you said a comment to me, and you still keep running.
She's just mad that she didn't get chosen. Well, you said you're not broke. You're very rich. So why would you need any extra cash?
With the narrative that I said you come up with all this shit. I really her to harass him.
I mean, I have a job, and I'm not saying I'm rich because I'm not rich.
I tainted Tisha's donation. Like, come on now. Say that.
And I am driving legal, unlike you.
So am I, you stupid bitch.
Oh, and another
Tish goes, she tried cleaning it up. No, I didn't try to clean it up, bitch. That's exactly how it went down.
To Snow, for you to be like, you hate drunk drivers. Well, what do you think this bitch is? You think she's driving to the fucking liquor store at 11 o'clock at night sober to get her refill? She's a drunk driver.
You're a drunk driver, bitch.
I said it.
Why do you keep running with that? No. She's yelling in that video about CWC and Swiss. Don't blame me for what Swiss keeps doing. Does.
What does Swiss keep doing? What does she keep doing?
Swiss went so far as to make fake text messages between us.
I mean, yeah, some of them, and they were kind of funny. No, they weren't funny at all. No, they weren't. You're trying to spread a narrative that I said the N-word. There's nothing funny about that. So you're admitting right there that you're fucking trying to lie. And anybody can clearly tell which ones are fake and which ones were real. Yeah, the ones where I didn't say it. But you have said some fucked up shit, and I did post up. I did post some actually real text messages of you being fucked up.
And then this Reggie person goes in and says, Tanger stopped talking to SG because SG said Tanger was a lesbian and going to hell. That is not true. Oh. I'm sick of this shit. Once again, I'm going to ask you guys, what about Janelle calling Day Day Uncle Ruckus? Is anybody going to be?
Oh, really? Well, thank you, Reggie. Okay, Tanger stopped talking to SG because SG said Tanger was a lesbian and going to hell. Do you think that we have footage of that still?
No, you don't, because
Is
it
that-
didn't happen.
Could that be on a homework list to do to find that?
Homework list? Oh my God.
Or do we think she probably has that privated?
Just about that.
And what led to that? Because, like, what led to SG calling her a lesbian and saying she's going to hell? I do
That didn't happen.
recall, was not another one who said that anybody who's gay is going to hell or not going to be accepted into
Look at you trying to fucking stir shit and everything, huh?
heaven? Was that not who also said?
Tish goes, Reggie and Janelle and I took up for her. Who the fuck is Reggie? Tish, what are you talking about? You and Janelle took up for. The fuck you talking about there? Tish, you fucking lying bitch.
that?
Anybody offended? Just us.
I feel like this. I feel like if you're a good person, doesn't matter, what your sexual preference is. It doesn't matter like what you look like.
Why do you keep
how you
calling her
led your
tan
life.
gay then? Why do you keep calling her tan gay?
As long as you are a good person, you're gonna go to heaven.
Hey, Tish,
But if-
Janelle and I were in the chat. Bullshit, Janelle. Yeah, Janelle fucking like she'd be hanging out in the chat and shit. Shut the fuck up. These people just make anything up they want.
If you're someone who's just flat out fucking evil and wakes up every day just to go raging
That's
through
you.
the whole day on everybody else, that's not a good person.
That's you. Yeah. To make fake text messages?
Everyone say hi to Methy. Hi, Methy.
Tish goes, I told Tanger God makes no mistakes. What? When did you fucking be? Valdez says, I think Tanger and Diane have both become mean since being back with SG. Jeez, oh, Pete. This lady's off her rocker. So far in the last 11 hours ago, she doxes Ellen. It says, Ellen, I am confused as to why you would need to pass up all of these local hospitals to avoid a low-star hospital in Dearborn of Wayne County. Didn't you say you have a hard time getting appointments? Aren't you too intoxicated to get up for your appointments? Or was it all Methy's farce beer scam? What? Really, Anna, not be so choosy when seeking medical attention. I sure hope you give one of these local hospitals a visit. So she doxes Ellen. Like, what a twat. Then yup, she can post a bridge for me too. I don't know what that means. E-Bagger says to Chicken Winner, wow, Chicken Winner, you really don't know how to read a room, do you? I've been nothing but nice to you since you went into the hospital, if that actually even happened. Wow. I know that's what they were saying. I know. Whose nails are those they're showing? I don't even know. She goes, oopsie, Cindy just called Rainbow felon, secular, and now Cindy. I don't get it. Haha, Ellen, tell us, does Rainbow have colon cancer or just Ellen? Hi, Jenny. So Courtney says, I can tell by the comments it's her, which is so weird because I never even messed with that girl. She supported me at first, and I caught her talking crap about me and called her out. Doodle weirdo bug, get off my nuts. I don't never see you on her nuts. She has nuts. That Kenzie says I have. Whoever you are, you were once in. I never even see Kenzie talking anywhere. Uh, you were once in this community and make a sock account to run your mouth. Weak. I bet Mr. Bug, if he was real, probably out getting a quick date. Wow. Since you stay watching this, is that why you're always trying to put down a pretty girl and call them hoes? I never even see Rainbow Doodlebug doing any of this shit. Thanks for all the attention. I never even see her talking about her. Even brings me up when nobody is talking about me. I bet Mr. Bug would be obsessed with me too. Oh. Ugh, gross. If he had a chance, but like that song, he want me, but he stay with her because it's cheaper to keep her. What is she talking about? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what she's talking about? Oh my god. King of Chaos. Just fucking admit that you're not a guy, please. It's also funny that SG thinks that No BS and Doodlebug are additional people that listen to her, when in reality, they are just extra accounts run by like two people. Hold on. Hold on a minute. So you think that No BS and Doodlebug are two people with accounts? Wow, good math, you beggars. Gee, you figured it out. They're two people with their accounts. They equal two. Yep, you're right. They both have accounts. Yep, you're right. Uh, like, what is he? There is like 0% chance that Doodlebug and No BS and a few others are always available whenever SG does a live stream. Wait a second. but there's not zero chance that you're available when Swiss goes live, or that, Swiss or Janelle or all of you guys are available when somebody goes live. But they're not always available. They're not always like so crazy. It can be 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 5 p.m., 10 p.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m. It doesn't matter. Those same accounts are always in her chat. Statistically improbable. They are all different people. Shut the fuck up, dude. Not that SG would know, as she hasn't talked to any of the cartoon accounts on the phone or anywhere else. Oh my god, I still didn't check the email. Oh, yes. He just reminded me I didn't check the email. Because I do talk to some of the people on the phone and emails. So she has no idea if they are real people or not. LOL. How are you, Court? Who talks to you on the phone, e-beggars? Then Doodlebug says, no, I did my color guard and my Hershey Highway is free, clean, and polyp free. My Hershey Highway. And Janelle says to Doodlebug, interesting. Yet Satan and Methy said we were cancer bullying you and you don't even have it. Janelle, Doodlebugs isn't No BS or Ellen. No wonder why I'm always singing that. That's because of you, No BS. Whose nails are those? Anybody know? Anybody know whose nails those are? I'll stop lying, Janelle. You only just started using the nail scrubber. I thought Tiffany's nails were longer than that. Thanks a
Hi
lot.
to Methy. Hi, Methy. Methy, do you like
She's begging
the
for meth. She's
avatar
begging
that I
for meth.
stole from you?
She's begging for meth. She's dry begging for meth. She says she stole her avatar from me.
Mr. Tim sent it to me today. He said, you know what? In honor
After he's dead. After he's dead, Mr. Tim sent it to her.
of that bitch for saying Mr. Tim. He said, you know what? Please use that as the avatar. So I'm obeying his wishes. Rest in peace, Mr. Tim.
Millions of people died. He said that was his wife, so I doubt you're obeying his wishes. She was on her own stream and nobody was up there with her. The baby wasn't even in there. So she gets like an excuse, not racism. She had Nazi tattoos. None of us even know.
When did she say that? Swissy, did you hear Matthew said, you want to be her?
Oh, is that what she's doing?
I mean, okay, if there was anything that she could accuse me of, it could be like wanting to be the commentary queen. Okay. I know I'm not as good as her, but I also haven't been doing it as long as her either. And I also don't have 20 hours a night experience to do it either. However, I enjoy it as much as she does, I think. Well, I don't live for it. She lives for it. I don't live for it. I fit this in when I can. You know, when I decide to be a negligence mother, that's when I fit it
every day.
in. Like, how dare I be doing this right now on a Saturday when my daughter's home? Like, how dare I? How dare I? Because would it be any different if I'm in my, let's say, the living room right now watching Sisters? Because I'm like obsessed with the show. I don't.
Yeah, because apparently you'd still be ignoring your kid.
It used to be Lifetime Channel.
Yeah,
and then I don't know how. Oh, well, Beauty is Black, I think it's called, or Black is Beauty, it's something like that. Like, I'm a big Tyler Perry fan. So correct me if I'm wrong on how it's said. I think it's Beauty is Black.
They want to get Tyler Perry to make a movie of me.
I don't know, something like that. And someone told me to watch it, and oh my God, I was like obsessed. And then the new series just came out. I haven't watched it yet. But somehow that show led to this. And so Sisters is always playing on my TV. It's like always playing instead of Lifetime. Because I've seen every fucking Lifetime movie there is.
Why don't you be playing some documentaries and educational shows for your kid?
Now, but you would think as much as this is on, I'm still like, damn, I don't know what's going on still. But anyways, I like that show. I'm a big Tyler Perry fan.
So we looked it up. Trying to kiss ass, are you there? That's the excuse for her.
You know, it must really suck to be her. Like, she thinks I want to be her. No, bitch, it would really suck to be you. It really, really would. And you know what? You can change your life around. I would say get clean first.
Why don't you get clean first, you big fucking scrub? See if someone can hose you down at the zoo.
Start making amends with your daughter and then build up in your family.
Why don't you start making amends with your daughter, poor kid? Wishing she was never born. That's what that one was doing.
From there, and then build up with friends. But you have a very toxic life, 24/7.
She said it herself when I asked her about the Nazi tats. She said, "I don't like you. I'm not going to answer that question. I don't like you."
I like Diary of a Black Mad Woman too.
That's not. Wow, look at you. Fucking brown nosing over there.
Oh my God, we got to get Tyler Perry to do something on Messy. Oh my God. Okay, how are we going to get that to him? We want him to follow her. We want him to like make a movie based on her.
She could have said it. She could have fucking been offended by it outwardly. That's not standing by your conviction. See, so it's a personal attack from her.
Oh, of course they are, because I also think that Liar BS is somebody else. And
get this. So we didn't know what the phrase Uncle Ruckus meant. So because we looked it up, eBeggar says, what would drive SG and No BS to look up a phrase Janelle used? Are they listening that intently to every word Janelle says? That is super stalker behavior. Oh, really?
of course they are. They're watching and listening to they're like, whenever she finally passes out, they're now taking her shift.
Lisa G says Swiss has personality and empathy, and she's sassy. I don't know who the master at work is. Thanks.
Like right now, she's probably settling down, trying to clear a spot for her to, lay her head down, while somebody else is probably recording this for her.
You were wrong.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, I can be an asshole too, but I also do have sympathy and empathy. And one thing, and it took a little bit of time for me to, it took a certain school.
A certain school. Fucking anger management school. Is that what you're talking about? Don't even act like you have empathy, lady.
We'll just say for me to attend, for me to really stop being so judgmental and to like really look at life, people in life, from outside the box. And it really taught me to be able to not be biased, to really say, okay, well, we don't really know what that person's going through. But you know what? It doesn't matter what profession you are. You still can't just enable a fucking shitty person. You
All your people over there are enabling a shitty person. Here be checked. 13 hours straight, Methy has sat in the same spot on the couch. Roscoe hasn't been fed or taken out. Cat's kitty litter overflowing. No circulation will cause further vibe and arthritis. Hate. Fuck you.
you can't just say, well, because I'm a doctor or because I'm a psychologist or because I'm God or because I'm a judge, that I'm going to just be nice to this person even though they're a piece of shit. No, like, I'm sorry. I tried being nice to Methy. I tried. It's not like I just like started out being a bitch to everybody. I was friends with Satan. Satan did.
Shut up. People aren't supposed to have to try to be nice. What do you want me to play? What part? Her going to a
She
certain
thinks I want
school.
to be her. No, bitch. It would really suck to don't really know what that person's going through. But you know what? It doesn't matter what.
When I asked her about the Nazi cats, she said, I don't like you. I'm not going to answer that question. I don't like you.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, I can be an asshole too, but I also do have sympathy and empathy. And one thing, and it took a little bit of time for me to, it took a certain school, we'll just say, for me to attend, for me to really stop being so judgmental and to like really look at life, people in life, from outside the box. And it really taught
From outside her refrigerator box.
me to be able to not be biased, to really say, okay, well, we don't really know what that person's going through. But you know what? It doesn't matter what profession you are. You still can't just enable a fucking shitty person. You can't just say, well, because I'm a doctor or because I'm a psychologist or because I'm God or because I'm a judge, that I'm going to just be nice to this person even though they're a piece of shit. No, like, I'm
God? God can't say that stuff? God can't say that stuff? You think God goes to school to be God? You think God had to go to school to be a nicer person? I mean, like, what are you even fucking saying there?
sorry. I tried being nice to Methy. I tried. It's not like I just like started out being a bitch to everybody. I was friends with Satan. Satan did me dirty. I was friends with Methy. Methy did Satan dirty, and that turned me off on Methy. Satan did Evex dirty. That turned me off. So it's not even. I didn't even let some of these people go just by like what they did to me. It was just
How
me.
about how many people you turn off? Eh? Eh? You turn off a lot of people, lady. Next to impotent. Your name.
Seeing what kind of person they are. Methy's not a nice person. She's not a good person.
Yeah, but the only one who gets called a racist is
Yes, yes. Is Spartan Dan? Is he in the hospital? Oh, he's so cute.
they won't fucking focus on anything they say.
Yes. He's as cute as a little gerbil.
Just me. Bitch got Nazi tattoos.
I mean, you got Tanger and they're saying, can we like, can she start over with Tish? Well, I don't see anything even being talked about it. So Tanger, I'm going to go with that's a no. She doesn't care. She would rather have viewers coming in on the hate than not hate. Look what she's doing to Debbie. A couple weeks ago, Debbie was, up on her pedestal of fakeness in her chat. Now this week, it's like she's recalling every shitty thing you've ever done in your entire life for the 5th time.
How offended I was. Because they don't like
The other day, she's like basically crying to Elliot. Oh my God, I'm so sorry if I made you want to off yourself. But today it's like, letting her and Satan sit there making fun of Elliot.
don't care about the millions of other people that are offended. That's not somebody anti-racist.
Survivor trap.
Anti anything. That is
Oh my God.
who's using something to personally attack.
Survivor trash.
That's what that is. I'm not saying you, Luna. I'm sorry. She had no fucking reason to join the hate train on me.
You're the only one on the hate train. We're just trying to stop the hate train. We're like a big bull. What do you call them? Big things. Bull. What do you call?
Bulldozers.
All them stupid things that like stop big rocks or something. Like a bull something. Bull D. I'm just gonna say bull D till somebody helps me out. Bulldozer. We're like one of those big ass trucks or machine trucks. Bulldozers. There we go. We're like a bulldozer. We're all collaborated together to try to stop this train. And this train just keeps pushing us. We're slowing it down. We are. We're making progress. We're definitely slowing it down. It's not at top speed like it.
Bitch, I guarantee you that a train would probably knock a bulldozer. But there'd be an accident. But still, you act stupid.
It was, but it's still moving
She doesn't want me to be moving.
because she's got Tanger and OBS on the side going, "You can do it. You can do it."
And they have
Hey, are you honking on that thing?
no problem when chosen one community.
Choo choo.
Radio,
Oh, her mom is Hong Kong. SG is choo choo.
that's
Her
my daughter.
mom. Why don't you go fuck yourself, you bitch?
Face. And not implying gang RAP.
Elliot has the audacity to say they need to get off Deb and Elliot's backs. Nobody's on their backs, but you know that my mother's dead. Elmer. How about you get off her back?
I know, and that's why I cannot understand the life of me, why Snow like wants to always throw out these like psychology phrases and shit and show her brain, but yet she is supporting this kind of behavior. I mean, what's it going to take? Is it going to take for her to make fun of someone being transgender for you to for it to click? But
Wow.
why does
Listen to her. Wow.
it have to hit home like that for you to be sympathetic to somebody else? Why can't you like somehow, are you that desperate for attention? She doesn't even go into your chat. She's not reciprocal in that. She's never been that way. It's all about herself. So I don't understand, Snow. What is it that are you, gaining subs by her? I mean, I went in
Wow.
your chat. I hung out for a minute. There was no ill intent. Janelle was in there too. Janelle actually befriended somebody in there.
Wow, you guys were stalking Snow's chat? Holy shit, man. Damn. You just stalk anybody who comes in my fucking live stream. Fucking terrible, man.
How do you support this? And you talk about your ex-wife who had mental issues.
Wow.
So how do you support this person making fun of somebody else?
Talking about Snow's ex-wife? Holy shit. Lisa G, stop it. You've been in here saying, I'll always remember you, SG, because my mom and blah, blah, blah. And here she is. My mom is fighting cancer, and no way she would behave like this. She's a Christian woman and it's still good in me. Wow. In the meantime, Elmer is saying, I thought Snow was a male. Wow. Wow.
She likes you, so she treats you differently, Luna. So you're no different, Keisha, than I do. But I didn't mind it about the library stuff, but you see, she just said it herself. She brought me up first. And then she
How gross. King of Chaos says, Snow will find out. I've gently tried to open her eyes a little, but I never like to push someone away from someone else. I talk music with Snow only at this point. Wow.
said, well, that was too, whatever, you know? But she brought me up first. And you came in and said, I brought her up. I didn't.
I think I'm lost now. I'm like lost. What is she talking?
What is she talking about? Why don't you learn how to do commentary?
About now? Like nobody brought anything up first. You were on for 20 hours. You got the upper hand
You
on
don't
all
even
of
know
them.
what you're talking about. So just shut the fuck up, bitch. 13 hours isn't 20.
She did. What do you mean I don't see her getting in a fight time here? I saw her being rocked. She even called her about to injure.
Laughing emojis, Janelle puts saying, yes, I had a nice time. And Snow was very nice to us both. It's like she did not even know who we were. Hippie Chick says, Snow knows I lied about stage 4 cancer. I didn't lie about stage 4 cancer, Hippie Chick, you stupid bitch.
But Tanger. Maybe Tanger likes that kind of abusive talk.
Not publicly.
Tanger's like, oh, you called me a lesbian and said I'm going to go to hell. I'm not talking to you for a minute. But when I do talk to you, I'm going to send you some cat food.
Publicly they attack me, but privately they do it. And I'm sick of hearing.
Oh, Lisa, is your mom in the hospital too? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Lisa, while you're sitting there fucking with Dora the Horror. B-Beggar says, hi, Dora, with laughing emojis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, prayers for your mama. Prayers for Spartan Dan. Honk honk.
Wow. Wow. Those are prayers right from the devil right there. Those are prayers followed up with the devil's like seal right there. Those are prayers from the devil.
Yeah, it matters. And it's very offensive to me for her to be up there screaming it out.
Listen, your daughter wants you.
Okay, hold on.
Saying I called her and said forward.
We're almost done. We got
Said it by that word. That whole
almost done.
display was offensive.
She stays on for another hour.
Nobody goes on about her though, huh?
Yeah, what? About 20 more minutes and I'm done. Promise you. Because we're going to go to the library.
Hear how her daughter slammed the door. So you are clearly neglecting your kid for this behavior. Clearly.
Nobody goes on about.
It's all about herself. So I don't understand. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, prayers for your mama, prayers for Spartan Dan. Honk honk.
My is, and it's very offensive to me for her to be up there screaming
Yes.
it out,
Okay, hold on.
saying
Almost
I
done.
called her and said forward.
We're almost done. We got,
Offended by that word. That
we're
whole
almost done.
display was offensive. From Chief. Nobody goes on about her though, huh?
About 20 more minutes and I'm done. Promise
Okay.
you. Because we're going to go to the library.
You hear her daughter slam the door.
We're going to go library and we're going to read some books today.
Wow.
Oh, what happened to her? She's slowing down.
That's fucking offensive. And I don't care that,
No excuse for calling Tanger Tan gay. I mean, yeah, and I could probably stop if I was asked to stop, but you know what? Tan gay says a lot about Swiss and puts a lot of derogatory emojis up.
Can't believe you stayed on another like hour.
So, you know what? If you're going to do it, I'm going to do it.
her, butt kissers like sweat.
And when I flirted with her, she tried to dismiss me.
When I go, yeah, when you can't.
You're fucking sick. There's something wrong with you, you fucking sick twat.
And it's very offensive to me for her to be up there screaming it out,
Okay, hold on.
saying
Almost
I
done.
called her and said forward.
We're almost done. We got,
Offended by that word. That whole
we're almost done.
display was offensive. From Chief. Nobody goes on about her though, huh?
About 20 more minutes and I'm done. Promise
Okay.
you. Because we're going to go to the library. We're going to go to the library and we're going to read some books today. Oh, what happened to her? She's slowing down.
That's fucking offensive. And I don't care that,
No excuse for calling Tanger Tan gay. I mean, yeah, and I could probably stop if I was asked to stop, but you know what? Tan gay says a lot about Swiss and puts a lot of derogatory emojis up. So, you know
No, she
what?
doesn't,
If
you
you're gonna
fucking loser. No, she doesn't. You're a fucking lying bitch.
do it, I'm gonna do it.
her, butt kissers like sweat.
And when I flirted with her, she tried to dismiss me.
When I go, yeah, when you can't. That's fucking offensive, especially the way it was being screamed like that.
But what?
That's fucking offensive.
Let's go back.
And
Why don't you just get off and take care of your kid?
for work, but I didn't have about fucking enough. I even call that wait.
See, we're slowing down that train. The train is getting slowed down. She's running out of fuel.
You just said I was on 20 hours. That's what you said. Are you complaining that
time's
I
the
was on 20 hours, or are you, what time's the liquor
store open? when the liquor store opens, that's when she'll be fully energized.
Wow.
It's probably where she gets her other stuff.
Wow. Honeybees goes, I love the library. Don't you see she's being sarcastic there, Honeybees?
Everyone knows I didn't say that for work, but I didn't have about fucking enough. I even call that racist because somebody said mariachi band.
Nobody cares about that. Take ownership for what you said and worry about yourself.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about myself there, you fucking idiot. I'm going to take ownership from mariachi band. Actually, I really didn't say mariachi band, but it was funny, but it wasn't racist. It was really a mariachi band. It really was a mariachi band. Someone can't refer to a mariachi band as a mariachi band.
Yeah, but there's a lot of good people in the community that don't have to be called white trash.
And those good people are only the ones that are in your chat. In your eyes, that's only good people. As long as they're supporting you, they're good people.
And Joel, I don't care if y'all suicide yourselves.
And as long as they believe you're cancer scams, they're great
There's
people.
no cancer scam, but you're a liar.
That's fucking offensive. And I don't care that, you know.
But you went to school to have empathy, did you? You went to school.
Her, you know, butt kissers like Swiss when I got, yeah, we can't. That's fucking offensive, especially the way it was being screamed like that.
Oh, now you want to talk about what's offensive? We find your face offensive.
Ooh, good one. Good one. That's a good one, Swiss.
That's racist. I'm sorry. That's racist. She wasn't calling people black trash.
This is true. This is true. We weren't talking about anybody for me to call them black trash, but if
We weren't talking about you saying anything of white trash or black trash. the video wasn't about you, weirdo.
come across someone that's black trash, I'll be sure. That's a good phrase. You know what? I kind of like that. Yes, we could call black trash and white trash. Yes. I think that sounds more appropriate. So we could say Maddie's white trash and Gerald's black trash.
Thought you said you went to school to learn how to not judge people.
It's not just saying here. I'm a broke ass bitch.
You are a broke ass bitch.
White trash is a term to refer to or white people.
That's you.
That's you.
That is you.
It's a lot of us.
Actually, I'm really kind of pissed that she couldn't even
See, this is what's disturbing too. Tanger says, we've all been called names on here. Why focus on this one N-word thing? Can we just do better? Well, when your leader, cult leader, will admit to it and stop like bringing it up, because she's the one who keeps bringing it up. But when she can admit that she said it, I think we can move on. We're not still.
I'm not going to admit I said something I didn't say. You're gonna move on because I'm not gonna admit something I didn't say, you fucking weirdo. You think like I can't take you spinning your wheels in order for me to, you know, be honest? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. So I'm not gonna fucking go ahead, spin your fucking wheels if that's what you need to do.
The focus isn't still that she said it. It's that she said it and she's denying it. That's the
Because I didn't say it.
part, Tanger, that we're not letting go. Because she wants to portray as some great, wholesome person when she's not. And if
Actually,
that's true, and
I
she
never
called
said
you a
I was some great wholesome person. Like,
lesbian and you're going to hell, like you should find that just
I
as
didn't tell her she was a lesbian and going to hell.
disheartening as what she says
Disheartening.
about black people.
she was against Nazis because her fucking hatred for me is too overwhelming for her. She would rather.
Janelle says, oh my God, Methy acts like she hasn't been racist as fuck. Or suicide trolling, shaking my head. What a lying bitch. Yeah, okay, Janelle.
hate me and fucking hate
I
her.
know, and he's such a cute little guy too, Dan. He's such a cute guy.
Yeah, he's such a cute guy.
If someone talks to him, tell him that Swissy says she's hugging him. She's giving him a hug, and that she thinks he's a
How
cute
come he doesn't run into you at the hospital? You both live in the same place.
little man.
I'm sure he's gonna love hearing that you think he's a cute little man. That's so fucking offensive. Tell him he's a cute little man. That's disgusting.
Well, you could say cute big man too. I don't, Some guys might not want to be called little.
That's right. That's just fucking nuts. Swiss is nuts.
You think I'm
Lisa,
crazy?
I don't think that your mom did instill good in you. That's just my opinion.
I got you're crazy.
Fucking Debbie's nuts.
And how ironic that both Debbie and I love Britney Spears. How ironic is that? Hey,
Millions of other people like Britney Spears.
hey, you want to peg me as the crazy bitch? Bring it. I'm a crazy bitch.
What does it have to do with Britney Spears?
Debbie, where are you? Debbie, you
Sheesh, how am I twisting your words at all?
need to wake up. Okay, it's almost 2:00 in the afternoon. Where are you, Debbie?
She has a
I
kid
want
that she's probably taking care of. It's a Saturday. It's a Saturday. 2 in the afternoon. But you're implying that she's asleep when she's probably doing something with her kid on a Saturday. Unlike you, Swiss.
want Debbie to say it too. You think I'm crazy? I got you're crazy.
You're right. You're right, Tanger. You're right.
You're right, Tanger.
Okay. How often a day do I get called messy?
I mean, I don't really count how many times I call you Methy, but
Everything isn't about you, you know. You're not the only one. Like, they are in the winters. In the winter, they are. But in the summer, they're not.
I mean, I don't know how many times you were talking about me
They
having
used to be, anyway. They used to be, but maybe not anymore. Who knows?
6 chins. I have kinkles. Oh, now I have back fat. That's her new thing now. I have back fat.
Not.
I mean,
My new thing. I'm sure you've had it for a while.
maybe I find that offensive. Okay, did you
Yeah.
ever think about that? Maybe I'm so offended by that.
Tanger. Tanger. I don't see. He's a great upright citizen.
I did admit I'm not the one who came up with tan gay, but I mean it's like, it kind of fits, doesn't it? I mean it totally fits. It like whoever
No, it doesn't fit, you fucking scab. Just like all your clothes. Fucking dirty bitch. You're just a dirty, dirty bitch. You know that?
came up with that with her name, that's just like it's
And
perfect.
Elmer, you're such a scrub. She goes, I love the peace that has been made the last couple of weeks in the community. While this woman is sitting there saying that, that's what you type. You're such a fucking asshole.
He's better than me. Standing up right. So if I seem to be the loudest, like, antagonist or shit or whatever, I'm not. But I appreciate that. And here, we try to stand for what's right, even if it's being done to somebody we don't like.
That's not true. You
Yes,
have
it is true.
never, ever stood up for something right for somebody you did not like.
Yes, I have.
That is not true.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is.
You're a liar.
Well, I do. That's true. Almost a year.
If it does not benefit you, you're not discussing it.
Every single video, my face, my face. Plus, I would eventually say.
She wanted something. She said it was almost 2:00. She's already been on for 2 hours. Almost.
Then she was laughing and yucking it up recently, too. And I know you think that I'm not going to get it. Sharon confirmed it. But yucking it up and they're making fun of the girlfriend of me.
Oh yeah, Sharon. Sharon has such great credibility. Did Sharon
Bitch,
get
you
that
don't have credibility, and neither does anybody in your room.
information from Mrs. Smith? Is that where her credibility is coming from, Mrs. Smith?
And she partakes in that because that's part of her hateful heart. She couldn't say she didn't like Nazis because she doesn't like me.
I mean, we're talking about Satan, who says that she's
Actually, I was talking about Tish and Nazis. So I don't know why you're doing commentary saying we're talking about.
sober when she's clearly not. And it's like, are you going to admit you're losing teeth, or are you going to still pretend like you got a
Well,
full
let's take a look at yours.
mouth of teeth? Like, we're going to pretend like we don't see all those teeth missing.
That's
You ain't right. You ain't right, Janelle. Methy and Satan need workbooks.
Workbooks for what? And Elmer goes, Father Time needs to monitor his own clock. What does that mean?
Well, Methy doesn't even like admit she's drinking anything. She acts like she's had one buzz ball in 3 years.
Do you
I
have a way to negate that? Can you negate that?
buzzball one time. Bitch, you've had it more than one time, okay? You've had it more than one time. We know where you're going at 11 o'clock every night before the liquor store closes.
How do you know I don't give someone a ride home from work?
Oh, I'm just gonna say, I was trying to watch Satan's video last night, her live, and yeah, I'm sorry. Another one, I'm sorry. I still stand by so 2023. It was boring. It was like, why am I sitting here listening
Why were
to
you
her
there?
talk about whether or somebody else killed her cat or not? I mean, it was just like, okay, how old am I? And I mean, if I'm gonna be immature, like there's better things I could be immature about. I mean, it was just like the dumbest shit. It was like, really, I'd rather listen to fucking Cocktail at this point.
They think Amy trying a buzzball on camera was something to say, God bless Amy, she took one for the team. What's wrong with Elmer? Did something happen to her when she was sick? She says, I cracked up when Amy tried the buzzballs on camera. Neither flavor. Oh, the chocolate one. I think she got chocolate. Didn't she get a chocolate one? Or I don't know if she did or didn't, but says when Aussie Amy tried buzzballs on camera, God bless Amy, took one for the team. Took one for the team. Fucking weirdo.
And then I just went out, and then I seen that Mary was live. I'm like, you know what? Let me just see what this bitch is doing. And the police was there, and I was like, oh, now this is some entertainment right now. So I'm sorry. Like, do better, Satan. Do better. You know what? Look, you come back live. I'm gonna still try to watch. You know, but you're gonna need to come back a little bit harder than what you did.
Right there, she's saying.
Sharon wasn't live the night the fucking Mary's cops were there.
She brought me up first. I said, well, you got the thing about the fucking library, which I love the library. I thought,
And Elliot, like, she's making fun of Elliot. Elliot's cute. Now, Elliot, I'm only going to point this out because I did see you ask this. You said if there was any kind of makeup critiques, whatever. The only thing that I would suggest is I would love to see the black eyeliner on top. Like, I like the thickness because I think that shows your
But wings are out.
personality. But I would like it to be a little bit more cleaner cut across the eye. Like, maybe bring it down just like a micro pinch, just down. And maybe some mascara. I think it would really pop your eyes. I kind of like that retro look on you. I think that's what you're kind of going for. And I
So now nobody needs Band-Aids in the middle of the night. Trust and believe.
think that's kind of the vibe you are, is like a retro girl. And I'm digging it. Like, I think you're cute. I would just like to see just the black eyeliner, like just a little bit more, like I said, a pinch down, a little bit more clean cut across, and throw some mascara on. Maybe even some, like, that's it. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's my only advice. Now, I'm no makeup person because I buy it and then I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with it. So, but that's just my only advice. But for Satan to ever post about you,
I mean, if she was going for that, like, 60s look, you know, like when, I don't know, that model that, I don't know, there was like some models with that.
I mean, I'm just like, are you kidding me? What kind of drugs are you on that you look in the mirror and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna make fun of this girl? I mean, I don't get it.
nice.
I don't get it.
Conversation.
Kind of drugs are
And she
you
was-
on?
Actually,
I'm gonna get on whatever she's on. No, I'm not. But it'd be like me being on whatever she's on and me like thinking that I'm like this like anorexic girl I just see every day. It's like, I'm just gonna forget about the love handles I have. I don't have back fat, bitch.
She's making fun of you now.
I don't have kinkles. I have a little bit of a chin. It's not 3 or 4, but I'm gonna visualize that my body, like, you know, I'm shallow hale. That's who I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be like 4.
So you're hideous, but you want some guy to meet, what was his name? Anthony Robbins, is that his name? The guy who was in Shallow Hal and had him like see the girls as beautiful, but really they're, so she's the big fat Gwyneth Paltrow in that. Look at these people. I have a first aid kit. I have Band-Aids in my house all the time. Like, what the fuck are these dumb bitches fucking talking about Band-Aids, stupid bitches?
400 pounds, but in the mirror, I'm like this perfect model. That's a good movie too, Shallow Hale. If anybody hasn't seen it, it's a really good movie.
that's what she responded with. When I asked her
I'm getting bored now.
how she felt about, like, you know, Nazis and stuff, I mean, she's gonna sit down and be fine with you now.
Ooh,
Your friends are-
ooh, I didn't see this. Tish said, no, I'm not okay with you, bitch. I guess
I never asked if you were okay with me.
that's why Chandra probably said, okay, it's not gonna go good.
Yeah, I have a problem with you. I wish I get problem with Nazi, but now I have a problem with you. But that's
A 4? You're even giving her a 4? I'm gonna say she was probably like a 5, 6 back in the day. No, now before her drug use, hands down, she was cute. She was cute, and she's
Talking about
Mexican,
you, Janelle. She's talking about you, Janelle.
so she got like that perfect tan. So no, she was cute, hands down. But I think a 4 is like really being generous.
Tisha's saying she gives her a 1. She gives Sharon a 1.
not stand about it. She can have a problem.
She said she's bones. She's bones.
A 2.5.
That's if you're getting 1 Jew and you're like, I don't care.
Yes, I'm gonna go with the 2. She doesn't even give her a 1.
That's sick. That's
Oh my gosh. On a good day. On a good day. What's a good day? What day is a good day? I mean, she's a fucking train wreck. She's just a straight up
You
train
look like
wreck.
you got hit by a train.
I'm sure she can be a nice person. She had a lot of people who like her. And I actually thought the conversation about the library was okay. But then when I looked back, she has a community post. She has community posts up that
Melissa said she ain't Mexican. She's half. Wow. Jesus. Pete. The things these people complain
are
about.
geared towards me.
No, you wouldn't say.
I'm sick of it. I apologize to her about the
Oh, she's half Mexican. Oh, Melissa came out of the bush. She's like, no, bitch, she ain't Mexican. Don't go there. She's half Mexican. Is she, are we going to go down to like a 1 out of 10? Is
So
she
that
like a
means
2?
she can't have a good tan? Melissa, really? Tisha's like filters are
A 2 of
failing.
Mexican?
Yeah.
you know, I'm trying to hold on to hope.
It's not that funny,
To live.
lady.
I was petrified. At us, but stage, I was fucking petrified.
Oh, okay. That's what he meant. E-bags meant a 4 with the filter. She's a 4 with the filter.
She understands wrong.
And how dare I talk about Slow Boy? She said, what did she say?
Wow.
That he's better than, did she say he's better than I could ever get? Don't
Good
make me
night,
bust out
Nat.
some pictures, okay, girl? Don't make me, because Slow Boy ain't got nothing, okay? Just because he's younger than you, don't mean shit.
The guy was like, oh, well, you know,
You're living in a fucking motel, a dirty ass, ghetto ass motel. And bitch, I know which motel it is. I don't know why you act like so secretive. You
Wow, look at you. Stalking.
know that I know that area very, very well. I know all those motels over there. Yeah, I frequent them a lot. No, I really don't, but I do know the area. So I don't know why she's acting like secretive. First of all. Second of all, don't try to bring up your man again when you're living at a fucking motel.
I ran, but there's no, you know, chemo's not going to help it. There's no surgery for it. I ran.
A dirty one, for that matter. A dirty one.
There's an uncle there. And that wonderful woman.
Tisha's just going off in there. She's like talking about Sharon's man. He chews on rocks for a living. He can't even provide. Damn.
Sitting there with fucking Izzy, who we all know is a bitch.
Who said Elliot's trans? Yeah, he can't even provide. I mean, we don't even know if he really goes to school. I mean, he
Nobody said
goes
Elliot was trans.
to school. Oh, that's what she said. She said he's really good at math. He knows the 7 days of the week. That's all he knows. Because he knows the 7 days of the week, he's very smart. I mean, like, that's what you got to come back.
Janelle, they know they can't touch your appearance. Appearance. Janelle, they know that they can't touch your appearance. The fuck?
With is that he's good at math. Well, guess what? Mine is good at fucking making money. Okay, he's good at making money, and he brings home good money. Okay, have him count that stat.
Stage 4 can be dead within 6 months to 2 years.
Mine isn't only trying to hustle for $5. Okay, $5 a day.
And I remember that.
Aw. No, he should think you're a 10. Your partner should always think you're a solid 10.
I held on to it for a while, but it was in my head. And I apologize because that was harsh. You know, that.
Which comment got deleted?
And I remember driving home. I was thinking that would go through my head quite a
Did somebody? Oh, I mean, if somebody's calling her trans, then yeah, it does need to get deleted. I don't want nobody being called something like that they're not. Did somebody say she was? And even if she was trans, she's still looking better than Satan.
I was thinking, tired of hearing Izzy. I'm fucking here to have a long conversation about how long I got left to live. Shit's fucking scary. She lies and says she didn't put no prayer hands up. And what's up with saying, just let nature do its course. Karen Ash. I won't forget that shit, man. I tried. You know, and Luna, you know, I like you because you do come in and say, I said earlier, Luna.
No, she don't.
Sweeps in from the bush, drops the fucking pearl of wisdom, and then goes back in the bush. We like you. Begrudgingly, but we do.
Oh, maybe she went live on something else because maybe her 12 hours is up.
I mean, a time.
Well, this is going on 13.
You said that? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe she's, is she still live? Elliot is confirming she's not
We think that
trans. Did somebody say you were?
Nobody saw any comment like that or nothing. That's just them trying to get Elliot going. Elmer the interns, who she says, newsflash, nature does do its course. Can't stop nature. Well, look out then.
Janelle, did somebody say that about Elliot?
Fire up the ovens and shit like that. I apologize to teach.
Kyle Kenzie is not even really a gay person. It's, well, maybe it could be. I'm thinking it's like Tanger. I think Kyle Kenzie is someone like that, at least this new one. Now, I'm not saying it's Kenzie this whole time, but I think that Kyle person,
Oh,
I
so
think it's
it
like
was
Tanger.
Elliot who
That's why I
said
think
it. So, not Elliot, I'm sorry. So it was E-Beggars who said it, claiming that this Kyle said it.
it is.
Then I saw her say something the other day. And
I definitely think Liar BS and Tan Gay, I think they do troll. They troll a lot.
It's not to me that you don't say anything
Actually, they don't.
when you see the door of the horror stuff like knowing, you know.
Oh, she just, oh, you private after the last 10 minutes? Oh. Oh, darn. We got to shut it down because she finally private it. Okay, what? So something just popped up of Karen. Karen up. It says, well, now I'm completely disgusted with this twisted evil as fuck community. It is so very heartbreaking to me because I have met some really amazing people here.
I know. She promised her kid 20 minutes.
And I've met some real classless turd piles. I guess that goes for any place these days. This is mostly sickening because the level of nastiness, hate, deceit, and gang mentality has taken some of the coolest community members we once had here and drove them away from a community that had so much more empathy, understanding, kindness, and love than today, by far. The CWC has always had its craziness, don't get me wrong. However, this is just too much. For the ones remaining who haven't lost their ever-loving minds, I love you all very much, and I'm so grateful for being put in your past and having the opportunity to have had you in my life for the time I've been here and for my remaining time here on earth. You will all be a part of my heart and soul, and I will take you all with me wherever God brings me after this life. You have all touched my heart in some special way. I'm humbled and blessed by all of your friendships. For the rest who have participated in over-the-top madness, who refuse to take responsibility for your own mess, I pity you because
Thank you.
you are probably standing in your own way of freedom, and I pray for you. But regardless, I love you because you are a fellow human being and one of God's creations. Now this is me saying this, do you still love the piles of turds too? Okay. I wish all the best for you, and does that also mean the pile of turds? I wish all the best for you and that you find truth, humbleness, and happiness wherever you can. I pray for this community as this sad, disappointing time. Much love. Please, let's keep Spartan Dan in your prayers. He's a wonderful addition to our community.
Thank you. I do too. No, yes.
Feel better, Dan. We love you. And she posted, evil people always hold on. Evil people always support each other. That is their chief strength. Does anybody know where that came from? What made that?
Because you guys are evil. Not you
With
guys.
somebody talking about Karen today? Okay. Back to Methy. Methy says, never accept unacceptable behavior or you make it acceptable. Duh. Why don't you teach all BS and Tanger that one? I think it was made today. Yeah, it had been made today, 16 minutes ago. He's a stage 10 beggar as well. Who's he? Dora, Dora, are you going to go hook up with You gonna go hook up with the anal burger's dad?
Asswipe Elmer says, I wish they would not talk about those struggling with their health. Are you kidding me? And then T says right under it, slow boy.
Did you read your dad? We're gonna need that CWC driver to go by Nutties and see if it'll show her tabs or not. Because she is yet to, oh, that's what I was gonna use. Okay, I'm gonna have to start posting some things because remember that list of things she said that I'm lying about. So
None of her people in her chat have said anything about her going and lying to her kids, saying 20 minutes.
to see I have a car. She wants to see I have car insurance. She wants to see my Kangles.
I really don't
She
care.
wants to see
I was being facetious, you stupid bitch.
if my couch has a protector on it because I like to urinate. She wants to see my Depends. What else does she want to see? I feel like she wants to see my fridge full of food. Okay. So I'm going to get working on those things. Yes, please hit the thumbs up.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't fucking make troll accounts and harass Snow and act like they're us or something.
But I'm probably going to get off here now because I did my duty. I played until I was at the end and now she private it. So, wait, what's this already then? 17 hours ago. What's that?
You can save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Whoa! Ha, very funny, Limu. Doesn't even look like me. I don't say.
Oh, Elmer says, take Ruby to Dairy Queen.
What's this about? This one's only like 40 minutes long.
I don't know.
Let's see, she privates this one too. Spanky, Spanky. Why, thank you, Spanky, Spanky.
I forgot what I said, John.
Oh, that was when she was allowing Satan to say she was going live. I don't even want to play Satan because it's so boring. Oh, I heard Tooth went live. Shoot, I don't think I have a way to play it. Says that, who is live right now? Tiffany?
Your kid wants you to do something with her, Swiss. Why don't you go do it?
Muffy is mad at I mean, if she's calling me fatback, I'm gonna call her hunchback. Yeah, she did. She lost her touch. Okay, you said she's live. How come I don't see it? I'll take any load. Ew.
Sick. The shit that you fucking.
Where's Poppy Day Day at?
She says she's got a book bag back. Fuck you, Tish, with your fucking cheesy fucking cellulite ass.
Poppy, where are you, Poppy?
Poppy.
Is now a good time to talk about it, Poppin? She got a book bag back. Yeah, because we know she was the one taking her daughter to the oh, she ended it. We know she's the one taking her kid to the library, which was probably her mother.
We both took my kid to the library. You got a problem with that?
They're so mad over me, like flirting with Day Day.
Actually, no, we're not. We're not mad about you flirting with Day Day. What would make you think that? No, that shit would scare me, Jenny. That would scare me.
Where is Day Day? Day Day. Okay, well, should we end this? I'm gonna have to figure out how I can play Toofs. Maybe I'll come back later. Janelle, why did you ask Poppy? Janelle, why did you ask me how long is the stand for? I never got to see your I'm gonna go to the principal's office.
She's so gross because she stays
Day
on
Day
it.
does not like me.
She stays
He's gonna
on
like us. He's gonna
another 40 minutes. She stays on another 40 minutes. And she promised. We all heard her, right? We all heard her promise her kid 20 minutes. And how her little girl went into the room and slammed the door. Ain't that some shit? Fucking negligent.
learn to like us. Why did you ask if I was going off? I didn't see what your answer was. Oh, Elmer, you have to work later? Touche, I don't care for him. My laugh? Well, they all make fun of my laugh. At least SG. SG don't like my laugh. Tanger is now being replaced with Day Day. Okay, I'm going after Day Day. I call dibs on him. I'll cut a bit.
You're gonna cut a bitch? You hear yourself? You fucking hear yourself? Why are they talking about draining the oceans? No BS.
Bitch, if somebody goes after him, he's mine. Yes, thank you for being here. Yes, because we need to bring this awareness. We need to. She needs to be put in her
Poppy shampoo day day? What does that even mean?
place. Shampoo Day Day. Wait a minute, whose promises promises? Me by saying I'll be back? Who's the liar? Am I a liar
You.
today?
Yes, every day.
If you go live, I'll play as long as we have the footage, which I think we do. We can play Tiffany.
Wow, you're just fucking ignoring the crap out of your kid. Damn. You're fucking nasty.
Yeah, we'll go on yours. I know, Rebecca. I'm sorry. I know. I'm gonna work on that. I always say I'm gonna come back and I don't, and then I show up unannounced. I'm so sorry.
Damn. Poor kid.
I have to I don't know. I have to have that fire in me to because I feel like when I just go live and I'm not really feeling it, I feel like I get a little boring, and I don't want to. I want to bring it all.
King of Chaos. Go fuck yourself. He says, PSA, all comments in this live stream are the opinions and observations of this channel and chatters. All parties are considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Go fuck yourself.
All to you. I want to be entertaining.
Not to your kid, though, huh?
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's what happens in Swissy's chat stays in Swissy's chat. You want to play Naked Twister? Next, there'll be one of I'm surprised they haven't made one of the creepy van yet. Since we have Dora the Horror. Dora is hurting. Oh, and then what did she say? She said something about my dad. Well, I want to say to Methy, well, maybe your mom probably don't even know your dad's name when she hooked up. She didn't even get his name. She just let him in the
I don't even know your dad, bitch.
station wagon and got what she wanted and kicked him out.
Now, I'm not real big on my dad, but I'll tell you what. He was a decorated gunner's mate in World War II. He was a pioneer in the field of cryogenics pertaining to tooling. Okay? His family invented Lest oil. So I really don't know, like, what you think you know about my family or my mother or myself or anybody else's family or anything else at all, or why you think you're supposed to get away with using a a slur like you're using repeatedly, you need to shut your fucking trap over there, and you better start paying some attention to your kid, because there's so much proof here that you are a negligent parent.
I appreciate you talking about my deceased father, bitch.
Fuck you and fuck your deceased father.
Yeah, Jennifer, you're late to the party, but we're hoping to go to Janelle's later. Melissa, are you going to go live today? Melissa, did you find Sasha?
Hippie chick goes, or by Judge Methy. She's the only one that makes motions. I don't even know what you're fucking talking about, hippie. The fuck are you talking about over there?
What else we got? Let's see. Oh, I do not own rights to this. This is for commentary, educational purposes only. Please do not get drunk and accuse people to hit you or instigate people to hit you.
I can't believe you've got that Dora in there saying, fucking gross, man. You're so gross. If a car ran on semen, I'd be a rich woman. Don't swallow, Dora. You're gonna go straight to fucking hell, Swiss. That's where you're going. You're going straight to fucking hell.
Hands down, this shit was way better than Satan's. Way better. I'm recording everything. Oh my God. Come on now. And there's like a younger boy in there too. Not like real young, but this is too much for. You can video this without being live. Like, you know what I mean?
It's grossing me out how this bitch, you know, is ignoring her kid. That's kind of sad because it looks like they're developing that area that the foxes are in. But she was teaching it not to be able to, you know, I mean, it is sad.
If you need to record stuff for your own safety, why do you have to do it on a live though and expose innocent people? I would be so pissed if I was her brother-in-law. Oh my God, I'd be so pissed. Bitch, don't show up at my door fucking being live. That was a very wild night.
Bitch, you fucking call people as fucking family members. You do stuff that's just as bad, bitch. And you want to claim you're not drunk. Oh, they did? Yeah, and the thing was, too, she was fucking feeding it even more and more and more just to be, like, spiteful.
And then she goes from 1 minute to crying, like dramatically crying, where she has to use a towel to like hold her face in, to then.
What you should be doing is taking care of your kid.
Like 5 minutes later, she's like laughing, like a goofy ass laugh.
Why, what happened? When was that? Rainbow.
He's saying, I don't like Apple. I got recording. Hit me, Josh. Yeah, see, somebody's upset because their son got put on the camera. It's recorded. It's recorded. It's on YouTube. Imagine being these neighbors. No wonder why they're like, bitch, you gotta go.
Nah, she's not upset because her kid got put on YouTube. The son-in-law, brother-in-law, whatever, is the lady's son. Oh, really?
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. No wonder why the police came for what did they call it? Obedience or no, wait a minute. Destruction, disturbing the peace. I know, fucking, I know that. It's on YouTube. What stays on the station, Megan? And what goes on the poster?
Right, hippie? Lying to police is a felony. Oh, really? Because these fuckers lie to the police all the time.
He stays on the poster.
It's on YouTube. He fucking said that he hit my head. Where's the police? I got it right. I got it on YouTube. Everything. Recorded. Cameras won't lie.
No, but another drunk bitch will.
But he tried to break the phone. He tried to break the goddamn, yep. And then, yep, he called the cops. Cops are coming good. Let them come. Everything is being recorded. Everything. You're on blast.
Lying to the feds is a felony. Yeah. Like the feds are gonna be there.
I kind of feel bad for Chris. You know what I mean? Like, that's his woman. He's been with her a long time. I'm sure,
Yeah.
he loves her. And he probably knows by now how fucking drunk and crazy she is. And then she's fighting with his family all the time. I kind of feel bad for him.
Oh, yes.
I mean, because if he leaves her, she don't have anybody. At least he has his family. She has nobody.
Why should Mary be careful
yes.
if she has your nudes on her phone, Janelle? Anybody who fucking put that phone number in and went, like all of your customers that went to that have fucking your nudes on their phone, probably. You're a hooker. You put them out in the world to be on people's phones.
In my head, it's on YouTube. Y'all back it up. Y'all like chat, still go.
And then she's going on about her hand. Like, look, I'm not saying it's right to hit anybody, but you're going on about your hand that you're obviously your hand's not broken. It's not bleeding. Nothing is broken. Nothing.
King of Chaos, the cops did not tell Mary she could fucking drink if she got a clean bill of health. They just said if she didn't fucking drive.
You don't even like talk about it hurting, and you're waving it around like nothing happened. So I don't understand why you're being so dramatic about it.
Slam your hand in the door and let us know how people are supposed to act if their hand's hurting.
Back it up. Rewind this shit. Rewind the chat, y'all. Rewind the chat. I'm waiting for the police, so we all gonna wait together.
We're waiting for the po-pos.
We waiting for the police, everybody.
For the police.
To my house.
I mean, Mary, next time you want to get the police over, you really.
Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. He says, cops was like, I don't care if you drink, but don't drink outside. Mary got all excited. The cop said she could drink as if she just got a clean bill of health or something. It was bizarre as fuck.
Really should put some makeup on.
It's okay. It's all right, y'all. The police is coming. Y'all motherfuckers watch. I got it all on YouTube. Rewind it. Rewind the beginning.
It probably is him.
I haven't done nothing. I haven't broken the law. We'll wait for the cops. Y'all motherfuckers better wait. Y'all please record this because if they fucking come in this shit to me, y'all better fucking record this shit. Don't let them fuck. Don't let them.
Hippie chick says, now that's white trash.
Why would the police do anything to you if you're the one that got hit?
What?
On your little hand got hurt. What's up at this point? Where is he at to come to your
Deal with your kid, man.
because now they about to bust the bitch.
Hit me twice. That's what he just said. I know, and that's what he said.
Not you. And you start begging him to hit you, whether you're mad or whatever. I understand.
Right.
So,
Like contact, right?
so with that,
Okay.
we're just gonna stay separated. Okay?
I didn't know they had black mattresses either. It's grossing me out that she made that kid wait over an hour.
Hey, please. No. I want to see that. Let's just see if we can get a good little shake of your live stream. Your last one that you did, I think you did it yesterday? So I did catch a little bit of it. On her telephone. And mention that me and you, a prime example,
Sue laughed.
got along with because Travis dated whores and crackheads. And I'm like, how are you doing? We do the grocery shopping, me and Josh and Chris. Josh did the grocery shopping for Mama this past weekend. This coming weekend, me and Chris are gonna do it. So we do. But Travis wore my clothes, I wore your clothes. We put makeup on, like we did everything together except for have sex. And I, because they were all cracked out whores. And finally, Sydney come to the family. I got along with somebody, you know? And we just sit there and we'll be there for like 2 hours later. And Mama's still, because she'll eat slow. And because I was also in high school. I think I was like 17 years old too. Cream, and you had a Krispy Kreme donut when it was hot and ready and it was warm. Just an original glaze.
Jeez, oh Pete.
I wanted to actually title this and this is the first. Okay, anyway, so noodles. So I'm throwing that. Maintenance here at the apartment complex. Hold on, I'm gonna have to throw it away because they're not fixing anything in these apartments. Entertain the idea of staying around here because me personally, I don't mind being away from people. Like I don't mind. I'm not close to my family, but yeah. Oh my gosh, this is just amazing.
I know, right? I know. Kind of a lot.
It's either it's on my side. Here, why you having surgery in my life? But I am more and more leaning to the surgery because I suffer every day. Find the charge cord. I have got to do this Hoodfield style. So hold on with me. Oh my goodness. She was excited. She saw her doggies and her eating.
You keep collecting glass bottles in your automobile. I'm just joking.
Okay, I'm gonna put these away. I am a true believer in bamboo everything. For me to catch that half asleep, how meaning of dishwashers, y'all, because sometimes they never get this stuff really clean. Don't mind. I'm gonna be making tostaditas, baby. Oh, what is that, Mary? I know I say things.
Good with that. I did not see Gerald short. So he's out and she's in. Is that what's going on? How the hell is he able to make anything? How's he able to make a video? What's the name of their channel? Maddie's Sober Life or something? Maddie on her road to recovery.
You can't.
It's your boy Jay Rizzy checking in, letting you know that I'm here. It's your boy Jay Rizzy checking in, everybody, letting you know that I'm here. It's your boy Jay Rizzy. They checking in, everybody, letting you know that I'm doing it. I'm here. It's your boy Jay Rizzy. They checking in, everybody, letting you know that I'm doing it. I'm here. It's your boy Jay Rizzy.
Jay Rizzy. Yeah, he don't sound like he's gonna be coming out, any different. But let's see.
Yeah, what up, dog? This your boy Jay Rizzy checking in, letting you know that I'm doing good now. Everybody, hey, guess what? I know people still gonna be hating. They still gonna be hating, saying that I'm doing this, that, and the other. But guess what? Look at me now. What you gonna hate on now? Hey, can't hate, yeah. All you can do is congratulate. Because you know what? Nigga, I'm back, nigga. I'm back. And I ain't gotta have a sack. Because guess what? I'm holding that in the back, yeah.
What does that even mean?
Only thing I can fuck about now is recovery, because recovery is what gonna make me succeed in life. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to let all the haters know on YouTube saying, hey, they want to put my business out.
Pull your fucking pants up.
Talk about this, that, and the other. I've been locked up. Oh yeah. Hey, God make everything happen for a reason. And guess what? Look at me now. Hey, you can't say I'm using drugs now, huh? Can you? Nah. What's up? Well, hey, what I'm using now? I'm using the Book of Recovery, guys. Hey, it look good. Hey, I look good. I feel good, and I acknowledge myself. And I want to
Pull your pants up.
congratulate myself for doing this, because ain't nobody else do it. I did it myself. You know what I'm saying?
You kind of had to. Got arrested.
gay.
Hmm. I think his attitude kind of needs to change. I mean, I'm not trying to be any kind of way, just saying. I know she wants me to play it, so I'll play it for her. Within Furious Act guidelines, I'll play it because I know she wants me to. Because every time she makes a video, she hates it if I don't play it because it defeats the purpose of her making it.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm being lazy in my robe and gonna watch a movie. I think I'm gonna watch 50 First Dates.
I don't know about you guys, but usually if I'm wearing a robe and slippers, I don't have all my bracelets on and jewelry and everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just think robe is sleeping attire. Val Kilmer died? Really? Really? He was a dick, you know.
It's kind of inspired by Tracy.
I don't know why you would be
Repeat.
inspired by me. I mean, I do like movies and I do like Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore, but yeah.
Repeat. You know, I do want to ask something, Tracy, because I'm sure you'll play this. Like, is this literally just content for you? You know what you do?
No. What you do is content for me.
You know, I've never seen somebody base their whole channel on, you know, bullying people, but yet
What's that but bullying people? It's you made this video. I didn't even know you had made it. I thought you said you weren't going to be around for a while. That's what was your last community post. He was with that girl. I can't think of her name. She was in the Harry Potter movies and she was in Big Fish. And he left her while she was pregnant or something.
you do exactly what you say other people do.
I think
too.
she also was like, I think she dates Tim Burton or something, you know, the guy Nightmare Before Christmas or whatever.
You know, when I made my video saying I wasn't happy with you, and I said I would put that other video out, you knowing I didn't have it, and you even said in your life,
No, I didn't know you didn't have it. You keep saying that to justify your behavior. You know.
live stream, you knew. I don't think she has it anymore because you remember me telling you I didn't have it. You know, so I was just kind of baiting you. Is that the right word? Like trying to see, you know, like what would you do? And you did
exactly. That's funny because when I said I don't think you have it anymore, I was calling your bluff. I didn't know if you had it or not, you know? You know what the funny thing, not funny, but you're talking about like when they leave somebody when they're pregnant. Like to bring up the movie Big Fish, which was a great movie. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. Big Fish, what a great movie that was. Did you ever see that? It was such a good movie. But Billy Crudup, who was in Big Fish, he also left his wife, who was the lady from Weeds and Fried Green Tomatoes, when she was pregnant too.
exactly what I thought you would do. You're like, oh, Debbie, she just had to keep running her mouth. She
You
said,
did exactly what you thought. Why would you even bait somebody if that's even the truth? But dude, I didn't know if you had the fucking video still or not. You're the one who brought it up and everything. I mean, what the fuck? Why should I have to worry about being baited? Like, to be honest with you, I didn't know if you had it or not. When I said I don't even think she still has it, I was just calling your fucking bluff, bitch.
she was going to play that video. So, you know, this is what she gets for it. You know, that was your thinking, you know, and I never even played the video. I was.
So what? You said a whole bunch of shit. You said people would be happy when I died and all kinds of shit. You fucking accused me of being PEDO. Fuck you.
Saying other stuff, but I didn't play the video where you were saying that sick shit about kids.
I never was.
I never did. And you know, it was just your excuse to feel okay with coming at me the way you did. When I didn't come at you that hard.
Bitch, trying to bait somebody is coming at them.
So when you say I talk about your daughter, or I talk, you know, this or that about you, that's a damn fucking right. Do you listen to what you say about me?
I don't talk about your kids. I don't talk about your dead family. You can keep lying, Debbie. It doesn't make it the truth.
Do you listen to what you say about all of us? Most of us,
Really?
Tracy,
Really?
most of us, besides Needles, because she's a fucking crazy fucking addict that's been for way too long and her
Now,
fucking
why are
brain.
you mad at Sharon that you're calling her Needles? What did she do to you? Oh, you just don't like anybody who comes to this channel now. You see? It's not hard to figure out. You're an idiot.
Brains fried. That's the only, and no BS. Like, there's nobody really that has channels that like you. And that's not because we just.
What are you talking about? No BS has a channel. Sharon has a channel. What are you saying here? You think that that's all that matters? Everybody, if you don't have a channel, I don't want you to like me. Isn't that crazy, No BS? Like, fucking so stupid.
Just don't like you. It's because you're a fucking evil, vile bitch. And you know, me and Swiss, we've had our fucking,
Nobody's even been talking about you, but why were you even making this video? I didn't even know you had made it, you fucking weirdo.
our shit. But like, we can stop. We don't keep like doing it. Like, okay, like,
What do you mean you don't keep doing it? You're doing it right here. You just admitted to trying to bait me. For what reason were you trying to bait me? Fucking weirdo.
She's pissed me off a couple times, and but you do this shit every day.
Actually, I don't.
Literally every day.
Literally, I don't.
It's it until I seen you play.
So what was it specifically, so I can let you know how many times she really said it?
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know what the whole story is and why she said that. But you're sitting there saying she's disgusting for saying that, for it coming out of her mouth, and the live's still up while you're playing it on your channel. The words that you're saying are so disgusting. You played it over and over and
What was it, Debbie?
over again, and it's on your channel. So disgusting. Why do you were talking about it again? Chicken Winner left your fucking live stream because you were talking about
Okay, so first of all, it wasn't about you. The reason why I was able to do commentary on it months after was because Swiss has it up on hers. But it had nothing to do with you. And if Chicken Winner left the live stream, she came right back. Rainbow Doodlebug was here. But of course, Chicken Winter would want to, cause a little chaos because, that's how she is. And you're acting like it had something to do with you at all, but it didn't. So, but you're not disgusted that somebody is that way. You're more disgusted at the person who's pointing it out. Oh, okay. Okay. So what are you, the one who would protect the RAPISST or whatever, because you think it's disgusting to expose somebody gross as opposed to the person who's gross? Sure.
Disgusting stuff about kids. You want to talk who's the pervert and the fucking weird ass, allegedly, in my opinion, pedo minded fucking freak is you.
Now you see the things that you say? You see the things that you say? Debbie? Do you?
Because you listened to that. You listened to what Swiss said about 100 fucking times. And it's on your channel now for you.
It's on Swiss's channel, and you have no problem with what Swiss said, though. Do you?
You to listen to. Why do you always have to talk about kids? Why do you have to take something somebody might have said one fucking time and you play it over and over and over again? That's why I'm gonna watch 50 First Dates. That's what I'm gonna fucking rent because you are like on repeat.
Nowhere in 50 First Dates does anybody in that movie tell somebody your kids begged for a mouthful of dicks. But you're justifying the disgusting sexual shit you say about me and my kid. You're justifying the disgusting sexual shit they were saying about Chicken Winter's kid. You aren't even acknowledging that the reason why Swiss said it is because Chicken Winter was pointing out how sad and depressed and lonely Swiss's adult daughter is, who you would think you'd have some kind of fucking empathy for or something. But nah. Not at all. You want to pretend that you go experience depression and those kind of thoughts and loneliness, but you can't recognize them in a conversation or a video that was going on. So your only subject of contention in that whole thing is that I was doing commentary on a disgusting person. That's what you think you're going to sit there and justify the way you speak about my kid. What you allow a troll account of my deceased mother to say, troll accounts of my daughter to say, and calling me a pedophile. You really think you think that's smart, do you? You think that's the best choice, Deb, do you?
You motherfucking bitch. Every time you come on here, and my dad passed away from cancer. Stop using something that you had, which probably was traumatic. I'm not going to say it wasn't.
Listen, cunt, I'll talk about cancer whenever I choose to. You don't dictate to me.
Traumatic for you, Tracy. It's time to fucking let it go and stop using.
You better let go of your depression and your bipolar and your ADHD and your thoughts of suicide. You better fucking let go of that shit, bitch. I see you talking about self-harm again, bitch. You better fucking let it go, bitch.
It for your reason to come at people because you're just a bitch. It has nothing to do with you ever having cancer. You're just a fucking evil, vile bitch, and that's why your daughter don't want nothing to do with you. You know, and if you wouldn't have the fucking, you know, all the shit of my past, I wouldn't be fucking talking shit about you.
No, you were already talking shit about me, which I can prove. Timelines don't lie.
Your daughter. But if you want to fuck with me,
Oh, so you think because you don't like me because your friends don't like me and you're licking their asses right now and busy being their glory hole. Unglorious, I should say. You think that means you get to harass me and my kid and my friends? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
fuck with you. You hear that? You want to fuck with me? I'm going to fuck with you. Do you think
No, you already fucked with me. Put your fucking middle finger down. Okay? This bitch is stupid.
you can talk shit about people all the fucking time and do the shit you do?
No, no, you think that you can. And then you can run around and blame it on your fucking head problems. Well, fuck you. Get over it.
Then not fucking expect. I don't know why my camera light keeps freezing up. Do you?
You already said you tried to bait me. Do you understand? Trying to bait somebody is not comparable to what you're trying to make it seem now at the end of your video. Why don't you go get a fucking job and get out of your pajamas for a change?
Do you not expect it back, bitch? If you were in my face, it'd be worse than a motherfucking video, bitch. Best believe. Love you guys.
I'm petrified. You gonna slap me with your slipper, you stupid bitch? You wouldn't even come outside. You know it.
Fuck you, Tracy. Play that.
Oh, your finger. Oh, you're gonna give me the finger, fat legs. Oh, are ya? Stupid slipper hoe. Why don't you get a fucking job instead of fucking making videos proving what a lazy skank you are? Yeah, right. I'll seek out a good one for you, Debbie, at some point, and we'll give the folks a little reminder of what a loon you are. Because that's the way you like it. I mean, I'm not trying to be any kind of way, but I think that those are very serious accusations, and her trying to justify harassing my kid doesn't really work well. We're going to go right into the archives. BRB. I'm looking for juicy stuff. Hold on. Who believes they're gorgeous? I second Gog. Couldn't eat after what? I hate it when I'm not prepared. They aren't going around saying a bunch of shit. He probably feels what, Mr. Tim, that you're the only guy? Everybody crazy ladies. And then she says, I blocked Mr. Tim Vern. Why, Bobby? Yeah, it's her and Vern. I'm out to get her. That's so mean. They're all so Tim. Mean. Jax never took down your live streams in the middle of them. Vern did. Has anybody seen Chosen One lately? Has he done anything spectacular or no? Oh, her gross stuff. Yeah, I think we're too sane for those people and we stand for what's right and stuff, you know? Like, I couldn't believe Catherine Guthrie had the nerve to say to fucking Carrie Ann, I agree. Why can't S point out what it's doing to them? Oh. Mm-mm. Next time we'll figure it out. He looks frail. He looks frail. Oh. Catherine. He looks frail. We'll listen to him for a second.
You can save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Whoa! Ha, very funny, Limu. Doesn't even look like me.
If feet are numb and the sensation won't go away, do this 30-second biblical ritual to relieve nerve pain.
Biblical.
Christians.
Oh, there he's feeding his vultures.
These
the dead
carpenter
bodies
bees.
again.
Thankfully, they don't chew a hole in what this wood is. This wood is treated with. These things are a nightmare. I had these jars up on the other house. I bet there's 5. And you'd handle them and stuff. That's a myth about a scent on birds with people's hands. You fill out all the stuff online, your medical history and everything. I think it's just a way to get more money out of you, which I don't mind. Why a lot of dentists want to take them out in advance. Overall, it saves problems with people. And I asked her last time I was in there, that you can make a living. There's a million of them around. So I moved down there and I lived there a year. And it was.
I don't believe him. I don't believe whatever he says. Anything he says is a lie. He's got Marty buried under his porch, under his concrete porch.
In there. I don't really have the details. I haven't really kept up on it.
Someone else probably died around him.
Up north. Big mosquito nest, if you ask me. I think there's an element of rationale to that, honestly. That your life is just so far on the other side that you want to lose some weight. So you just start eating like half a bag of chips and shit like that. Well, that's not going to get it. Fucking around. I got some new glasses ordered and I took her to a vet. And I stopped and got a dark coffee at a dump.
What's up with this land he's got?
Yeah. But then, you justify things. It's like, well, what do I do? Why don't I just get a bag of birdseed and just be miserable and like eat birdseed? It's like hard sometimes to like, you just want to like treat yourself. But after you like get it down a little better,
Treat yourself to what, dude? Chopped up? I just kidding. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Crunch and Munch. I can't believe he allows that thing in there.
oh, what the circumstances were. There's a turkey vulture right there. Excuse me.
Ugh. Gross.
Good. Yeah, I like the view out here. That's where I park my car right in front. Total hillbilly. I gotta spray this grass tomorrow. Just sit here, the sun comes up. Just sit here, the sun comes up right between without too much bullshit. Because I don't want it like dangling, except in the morning when I want to come out here and drink a coffee and be cranking it up and down 5 feet. So I want to like pull it and gets like around there.
What happens to your skin when you soak in baking soda?
I don't
What
know
happens
about
to your
that. I think he's not even
don't know
alive
the details.
anymore.
I haven't really kept up on it.
He's probably not even alive anymore. Guy probably buried him under the fucking
I guess
concrete.
she got locked up, which is surprising to me. That's a broken channel. That's been over forever. She was posting right up until a couple months ago all the time. That's an old channel. So they can buy something while they're in there. But I don't really have the details. I haven't really kept up on it.
He
What are you
needs
talking about, Karen? Massa? You talking about Magna?
Massa.
Hey, I can just like lay out here. Hey, perfectly. How you doing?
Fucking Crunch and Munch.
Yeah, but that's a broken channel. That's been over for
Massa is a slave term and offensive, Karen.
forever.
Says Crunch
She was
and
posting
Munch.
right up until a couple months ago all the time. That's an old channel. Oh, back in the day for Maddie? Yeah, I still got her. She's right down here, actually. Right there. Oh, hey, Crunch and Munch. What are you cooking today?
Brains.
Oh, yeah, I guess she got locked up, which is surprising me. That town's one big giant jail to begin with. They don't have space for like hardcore criminals, let alone prostitutes and drug addicts. So I don't know what the circumstances were. There's a turkey vulture right there. Going to roost for the night.
Strange how they're all over your property.
Oh, they're owners on the plantation. Oh, it's offensive, Karen. Yeah, Karen, I think you gotta go bye-bye. Oh, ground turkey. I think you gotta go bye-bye. Yeah, she knows it's offensive. Karen, I think you gotta go bye-bye, okay?
Everybody knows it's fucking offensive. You don't need Crunch and Munch to be telling people that. Crunch and Munch is offensive.
You're gonna get blocky, walkie bye-bye. Oh, yeah, I like watching them. There's another one. They're all heading to go to sleepy. Fly, vulture, fly. Oh, do you? What do you like? Try and like make sure you don't gain weight. Yeah, I like these birds. I have fun watching them.
I bet you do.
Bye-bye, Karen. That's the last comment you'll make under that name. Loser. Oh, Marguerite, yeah. Yeah, she's still like, I shouldn't say, I don't know what she's up to. Last I heard, she was doing better, whatever that means. Oh, reflux. Why don't you take that, one of those PPIs?
Oh, little baby Crunch and Munch gets reflux if they eat anything that's processed.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be getting back there in a month or two. I know it's like totally changed. It had totally changed before I even left. I mean, I do miss like doing that kind of stuff, but it just got to the point where it just didn't make sense anymore. I mean, there were no unanswered questions with regard to the lifestyle, getting out, staying out. Just to think so many of those girls are like dead now.
Yeah, we know, Tom. How many times are you going to remind us?
The young age, God. Oh, good for you. Diet. I was talking to this lady today. It's crazy how little you have to eat to really lose weight. I mean, I could see how people get discouraged. I was talking to this lady today in this coffee shop. Here she walked 2.5 hours and then she was getting a croissant. It's like, hey, I don't mean to like be a Debbie Downer, but you just wiped out your whole walk eating that thing. Yeah, some of them wanted to die, but others
This motherfucker.
were like hit by cars, and yeah, I think there's an element of rationale to that, honestly. That your life is just so far on the other side that you welcome death. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
What a thing to say. What a thing to say.
Hey, Clay. Yeah, there are turkey vultures in there. There's turkey vultures. I have a couple babies over here. Yeah, these are black vultures. Yep. They're much better at like hiding their babies. Only reason I caught onto that was a couple years ago is one fell asleep outside the barn. Baby, and then he ran inside, and then I got watching after that, and they usually have 2 babies.
Crunch and Munch says, sad, but to be honest, they wanted to die.
Shit, yeah, man. If you look at the calories you burn, I'm talking about not just lollygagging around, like a good walk for like.
Fast, easy, strong. Extracore panels do more for builds.
The fucking loudness of
Caring for my daughter at home has become so easy since I discovered Entire Care. I'm compensated $1,500 per month for the.
Let's say like the ones I was doing, 2 hours and 50 minutes. You should get rid of about 480 to 530 calories. And boy, you can blow that in a croissant, no problem. So once you like the only reason I lost weight is because of a stomach problem.
You say you lost weight. We don't believe you.
And then once I realized how little you had to eat to truly lose weight and how you had to watch what you eat, did the light bulb come on? Or I would have never lost it, no way. Because what'll happen is like you want to lose some weight. So you just start eating like half a bag of chips and shit like that. Well, that's not going to get it. Why? I mean, it's calories in, calories out. And it's just shocking how little you have to eat to actually drop weight. Yeah, no, exactly right. I've learned that too. It's all butter. You're right. I've learned that.
What a fucking weird thing this Crunch and Munch says. Like, but too afraid to jump, as most sane people are, but wanting to die from their life. What the fuck?
That too. If I try to stay away from something, don't buy it. Yeah, I tried that with some chocolate covered cherries. A couple months ago, ate the whole fucking box where I got off the expressway. I mean, after you've like stayed away from stuff like that, you want to eat. You want to like it tastes so crazy good after you bite into it. It just tastes so damn good. You just like can't. I couldn't control myself. I just kept eating them. I do that with goldfish crackers. I'll give you an example like that. You'll get fat again. I'll give you an example. Like yesterday, I was up fucking around. I got some new glasses ordered, and I took her to a vet. And I stopped and got a dark coffee at Dunkin' Donuts.
You fast for 2 weeks? How the fuck could you fast for 2 weeks? You'd be dead.
And the Dunkin' Donuts, a lot of them are with Baskin Robbins. I thought, oh, the last couple I've been in didn't have pistachio almond, which is good. I thought, shit, I'll just get a pistachio almond, a scoop of it, not even on a cone. It tastes good in those sugar cones. Good, and I was reminding myself by keeping such stringent eating habits that I deserved the single scoop ice cream. Yeah, fuck that. That's where it all begins. That's how you start getting fat again, especially eating pizzas. Like, I used to get those pizzas. I knocked that the fuck off too. I mean, pizza is just such insane calories. It's ridiculous. You think like you're like really doing well because you're just eating a small pizza. Fuck. Bye, Shabby. Hey, Charles. All right, you kick it. Good seeing you, Shabby. Yeah, the kind with a little red cellophane wrapper, Celis, with that clear 100% sugar filling and sugar, no nutrition in a Cinnabon. Might as well just fucking put a bullet in my head. I mean, that's fucking insane eating one of those. And sure enough, this shit all makes sense. Go out and sit out in front of expensive. It's so much easier to eat than them. Bullshit. And I wouldn't call it like exactly the healthiest food. Now the sashimi, yeah, but you're kind of back in the shitter with that too, because they all have, they serve it with white rice, which is terrible for you. Yeah. And then your dumbass is there. How is that treating yourself by eating a Cinnabon? You're just like being stupid. It's like drinking alcohol. Even the World Health Organization says alcohol, even in small amounts, it's a high likelihood of carcinogens. Smoke food. I hardly eat any red meat anymore. Now I could still drop dead. I know this, but I'm trying to be more conscious. But it's a pain in the ass to eat healthy. Like tonight, that's why I drove 16 miles to go get a rotisserie chicken and carrot juice. Because if I'd have stayed local, it'd been a fucking foot long and onion rings, and that just keeps you in the shitter.
The Cracker Barrel type of people. What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? Dumb bitch.
Cortisol, yeah. Yes, there are. Yeah, there are things that raise cortisol. Yeah, there are. Yep. But a lot of these things, I'll give you an example, like vitamin D. They'll say, well, vitamin D also needs, fucking 10.
He's boring.
And that's another thing, honestly. You look at some of these foods that can increase things. Yeah, I believe that, but how much? And that'll be really good.
Savings you just can't beat.
Good night, Rambo.
Oh,
He's boring.
this orange is gross.
Good, and benefit if you to add some keyboards to it. Yeah, I know it does. Yeah, a lot of people have to get surgery afterwards. Yeah, fat. I don't think that's true either. It's just are you a racist if you're white and you don't want to date a black person or Chinese or whatever? I don't think you are. I mean, they try and think.
Well, I don't think that makes you a racist either.
Because some derogatory name if you didn't like carrots or green beans, but you can't because it's just a vegetable and, a vegetable isn't going to sue you. But sometimes you just don't like shit. And it has nothing to do with racism or anything or stereotyping. Your fucking brain. I don't spend a lot of time researching stuff that I don't like. I just don't like it and fuck it. Yeah, Anna Nicole. Yeah, right, Anna Nicole. I mean, I think, she was there are some porkers that were kind of semi-cute.
Pork?
She was a perfect example. Just really pretty face. So is that Dog the Bounty Hunter's wife. Big old massive set of tits, pretty face.
Ugh.
And she was.
God. Does he ever have any kind of cool thing?
Porker too. Yeah, reproductive programming. $20 a person. Oh, yeah, no, that's a good way of doing it though. I think the best way to lose weight is get separated from your spouse. You'll ride that fucking treadmill to hell and back thinking you're gonna get some new cock.
Yeah.
You'd never do it for someone you'd been married to 10 or 15 years. They'd be on your ass. You go to marriage counseling. It's yeah, you just got a lot of cellulite around your ass. And, I just don't feel like 69 with you anymore. And the counselor
my God,
says, well, you guys just need to go to the gym together. Oh, fuck yeah. How boring. Going to the gym with your spouse. I mean, why is it like this? I don't know. You're single, you go get in shape, you're out on the prowl.
What's your problem then, dude?
It's just like the bird that twirls around in circles or the snail with the big long pecker dragging it on the bottom of the log. It's all good for you. Yeah, it's all personal preference. It's hard to get. Yeah, I do wonder about that sometime. And I think there's a biological reason for it. A bunch of fucking bullshit too. The girls, all the Playboy bunnies and the Dallas cheerleaders, they give them a kiss on the cheek and take a fucking picture of them during Christmas to an 8. You wouldn't think that your nose contour would make you look so much better. I'll tell you who got some good plastic surgery is that damn Ozzy Osbourne's daughter. But whoever did that plastic surgery on her stomach without it getting fixed, I don't think you can. I'm sure it has something to do with the severity of it. Yeah, stretch marks are weird too. I've seen all forms of stretch marks. It's so weird. I think there's a genetic component to the elect. Yeah, it doesn't. But I sometimes think to myself how much money I could have saved by being gay. I mean, it's something to consider. I mean, Gary, since 76, you know what I'm talking about. Saying there aren't some guys out there that sucked a big cock as an experiment, or they were drunk, or they got paid, or some shit like that, or their liberal school told them to go out and experiment. But I think by and large, it's just the way your brain is. You're attracted to the same sex.
Their liberal school.
I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, choice. What a joke. That's how that just goes to show you that's how ignorant people can be. You hear these right-wing crazy Christians talk about like the devil's behavior. It's like, are you out of your mind? I mean, this is 2025 and you still think being gay is a choice? I mean, they just sound insane. It's so stupid. So you never had an interest in girls, Carrie? Stranded grass like she's eating. Yeah, it could be both. Yeah, probably true. Yeah. Okay, so actually things were like getting a lot better by then. You know, as far as acceptance. Have you ever noticed, were you out of the closet early on, or were you playing hide and seek for a while?
This guy is so slow.
Like, everybody thought my sister was gay, but I think she was just asexual. She was just kind of a man hater that wasn't gay, that looked gay. A lot of time is like, you know, as a straight person, you know, this is kind of how it goes, right? So you're just like, people are assuming you're gay, and it doesn't take long to figure out. But I'm wondering why like gays sometimes like promote it so much. Is that just an effort to like overcome stereotypes? I'm talking about like the gay parades and stuff like that, or because when the straights have them, they're about like Christmas or football or something like that. You know what I mean? Basketball or something. Where the gays have them solely for their sexuality, and I just wonder what the deal is with that sometimes. Bisexuals, especially the good-looking women, the non-butch ones. Oh, good, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. You know, I read a Playboy survey one time, and it said that most men by the time of, I want to say it was 30, but it could have been 25. Most men by the time of that age had at least one homosexual experience in their life. I don't know. Either my friends are lying to me, or I was just one of the guys that didn't. But it never really interested me. And I just,
Come on, your friends told you that, or you read it out of Playboy? Because I don't believe that.
I just thought that was kind of like a stretch. I just didn't fucking believe it. I mean, even in my craziest fantasies, I never like thought of having sex with a guy.
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is Buddy.
And that's not nice. Cat. No, but that's true. I mean, you shouldn't be laughing at the shit, but I do it too. I tell my buddy, why don't you get a fucking dog? You're so gay, Cat. And I'll tell you this, now you can like bitch me out for this if you want, but most guys that I know that have cats, they're not the most manliest people in the world.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy. Ugh. So stupid. He is. He is stupid. For real.
And Lola,
for real, he is this stupid.
I have some of the most mind-boggling videos to play for you in this segment of Trump talking about his long-awaited quote-unquote Liberation Day, more accurately described Trump Economic Disaster Day, tomorrow, April 2nd. And how that's when the full force of his tariff policy is going to be put into effect. Now, I know this is difficult to keep track of because he's always making new announcements and reversing them, and then actually this day is the
Liberation America Day.
big day. It's going to be great. Tariff. If you feel that we're talking too much about tariffs, our entire economy right now, in combination with the other actions of the Trump administration, is hanging on Trump's random whims. Now, when I say random, it's because as we're going to go through
just after he hit the record tonight in the United States Senate, after he crossed that 24-hour, 19-minute threshold, you saw the applause there from the chamber. He set the all-time record for the longest anyone has ever held the floor in the United States Senate. In that moment, it was a surprise, at least to me, watching it live when Senator Booker announced that he would keep going. But the very next thing he did after he broke the record is he said that he would take a question from his friend, the senator from Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto. And in her question, she told him, listen, Senator Booker, while you have been here holding the floor, there is a lot of news that has broken in the world, and I don't know if you have heard about it because you have been holding the floor here for now 24 hours and 19 minutes. But she then told him some of the details about the absolute bloodbath of cuts that Trump forced through today at the FDA.
It's terrible. No, it's just nothing's getting done about it.
So you're telling me that you would rather do this than this? The ratcheting function.
All right, that does it for me for now. Wow. I'll see you again tomorrow. Now it's time for the last word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Lawrence is back just in time. Lawrence, we missed you so much.
Well, Rachel, it is so great to be back. And this result in Wisconsin is a huge, huge defeat for Elon Musk, who, as we saw, personally went full cheesehead, thinking, that's how to appeal to people in Wisconsin, and handing out those $1 million checks, literally trying to buy the election.
Hello, everyone. It is special election night. I'm JVL from the Bulwark here with my colleagues Lauren Egan and Will Salatan, and we have a result in the Wisconsin spring Supreme Court election, an election so important that Elon Musk said that it was the fate of Western civilization hung on it, and Dave Wasserman has seen enough. Susan Crawford, the Democrat, has defeated Brad Schmel, and it seems like it is a little bit closer than you might have expected, because the result down in the special election in Florida had a monstrous swing from 2024 with Trump. I think, Lauren, how big did that district swing? The Republicans still won, but much closer. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. They won in Florida, Republicans.
Just 2 days after a single joke from Jimmy Kimmel, social media across America went wild, all tied to what users are now calling the Truth Social Meltdown. On Jimmy Kimmel Live, the host kicked off with a light jab, a joke about Melania Trump's cold expression toward her husband. What seemed like a soft punchline quickly turned into a viral moment, questioning the warmth of the once powerful White House couple.
Do you know how many times Trump lied during his speech last night? 11 million. 3 fact checkers died adding it up. Not everyone was a fan of the King's speech. One gentleman on social media, I think, summed it up pretty well. He wrote, that may be the angriest, least compassionate.
Where it comes to the Trump administration, everywhere I go, people keep asking me, can they do that? I'm MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin, and welcome to the next installment of Can They Do That? I'm here today with my guest, New Jersey Attorney General Matt Blattken. Matt has served as New Jersey's AG.
Too bad that
I feel like this is one of those
Elon didn't go
things that
to Florida. Then they might have lost there too.
that may not seem that it's going to affect the entire destiny of humanity, but I think it will.
Well, my friends, I have some breaking news, and it's actually good breaking news for a change. The Wisconsin Supreme Court race just concluded, and it was called for Susan Crawford. Now, if you haven't been following this race, if you're not from Wisconsin, let me tell you, this wasn't just about the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. This was essentially a referendum on Elon Musk. He poured millions and millions of dollars into this race, trying to buy this election, and the candidate that he backed just got his ass kicked. So as you can see, Susan Crawford has a nice double-digit lead with more than 50% of precincts reporting. And this was an ass kicking. And I want to show you this chart because it says everything that you need to know about this race. So these are all of the billionaires who tried to buy this race. Elon Musk spent nearly $20 million trying to influence the outcome of this election. You have other
Best and worst cooking oils. Number 2, coconut oil. Coconut oil has a very high smoke point. So
Elon Musk has been camping out in Wisconsin. He's out in front of the big Patton flag that he has from that movie Patton. I don't know why he does that, but it makes him seem like he.
I'm an American.
American.
Can't you tell? If you have it on mute.
They have been out and out lying about Social Security. They want to cut Social Security. They know they can't unless they pretend there's huge amounts of fraud and waste in it. We already know the facts on this. The facts are that 1% of payments have been found to be what they call inappropriate payments. 2/3 of those payments are clawed back over the course of the year. 1/3 probably lost to fraud. It is a ton.
More fallout from the cuts by Elon Musk and his Doge team. President Trump got more than 70% of the vote in Wood County, West Virginia last November. But some people who find their federal jobs in limbo now say they regret supporting him. Randy Kay has more.
This flag used to hang there. This was the flag Jennifer Piggott proudly hung outside her home during campaign 2024.
We had the flag. I had the shirt. I was a MAGA junkie.
A MAGA junkie who thought her government job would be safe with Donald Trump in office. She was wrong.
I cried. It's scary, you know, it's a really scary thing. And I was embarrassed.
He's a good boy. Piggott was abruptly fired last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service, based here in
Well, my friends, it is going to be over soon. Elon Musk, tech billionaire, Tesla CEO, part-time edgelord, and full-time chaos agent is stepping down from his Trump-appointed role as the head of Doge. Seriously, Elon Musk is calling this a 130-day tenure, and he says it's a revolution in government. He's claiming victory. He says, I did it. I helped cut the federal...
You know, those people who are saying that, you know, now they regret it, now they regret it. They need to be, you know, asked, why did you think he wasn't a fucking liar in the first place? Seriously, like... Because it's fucking ridiculous. What is going on with Tucker Carlson? He's fucking gone nuts, huh? Not that he probably wasn't.
What happens to your skin when you soak in baking soda? What happens to your...
Well, here's a good one. Tucker Carlson says he doesn't want to fly on planes if the pilots are vaccinated because it's just too dangerous. The woman he speaks to says she's proven that pilots have a lot more heart trouble than the general population, to 98% plus or minus 4. Now, I guess that means she's saying that she is somewhere between 94 and 102% certain about this. These people
What the hell is wrong with these fucking people, man?
are nuts, but this is very scary. but this is scary. Let's listen, and then we're going to break it all down. Now, I dare you to follow this. I dare you to follow this.
I don't want to fly in a plane with vaccinated pilots because I think it's too dangerous. But are there numbers on this? Oh, yeah. So tell me what they are.
And I'm so sorry to jump in already. Here's one question. Who are the stupid people? Is it Tucker and this woman?
Or
Is it
just
the people
woman? I think, is he just asking her that?
who believe this stuff? Or is it us, the people who don't?
My organization, Airline Employees for Health Freedom, we started getting phone calls. I know somebody that's sick, or I know this, or I know that. So we just put a data collection link up, and it got so intense that I said, you know what? I'm going to stop everything. I'm going to write my dissertation, and I'm going to study the vaccine injury amongst commercial airline pilots. Almost about 7 months of data collection, 1,600 plus respondents across the industry. And understand the population is about 80-20 vaxxed, right? My study actually came out about 50-50 because a whole bunch of my unvaccinated.
What the fuck is he even talking to this bitch for? Like, what the hell? The heck are they even talking to her for?
Addressing the U.S. Army soldiers who went missing while conducting a mission to repair and tow an immobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday.
Yeah. Trump said he didn't know nothing about it when they asked him.
And it pains me to confirm that today, the 4th soldier was also found deceased.
This motherfucker's got us so fucking close to this shit. It's terrible. Another earthquake? Or is this the same earthquake?
Here's a delicious looking apple, right? We boiled it for a few seconds to show you all the wax that you can't see. That
People like playing videos. It's crazy.
Addressing the U.S. Army soldiers who went missing while conducting a mission to repair and tow an immobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday, and it pains me to confirm that today, the 4th soldier was also found deceased.
Did you know that over 70% of rock star deaths are linked to substance abuse? From drummers who vanished before major shows to singers who collapsed on stage. Here are 20 heavy metal stars who were too wasted to perform. 1. Steven Adler, Guns N' Roses. Steven Adler's time with Guns N' Roses was filled with wild
Disclaimer, I don't own the audio. I'm just checking it.
success and deep struggles. His drumming helped shape the band's early sound, but his addiction made him unreliable. By the late 1980s, his substance use had spiraled out of control, creating one problem after another. In December 1987, he got into a brutal bar fight, injuring his hand so badly that he couldn't play. The band had no choice but to replace him temporarily with Fred Coury from Cinderella. This was only the beginning of his downfall. Adler's struggles didn't just affect small shows, they ruined major events. In January 1989, the American Music Awards was a huge deal for Guns N' Roses. But Adler, he was nowhere to be found. The band had...
Could you fucking imagine? Could you imagine the American Music Awards and your fucking drummer isn't there? Oh my God.
had to bring in Don Henley to play drums for him. Fans started to notice his absence, and behind the scenes, his bandmates were losing patience. He made countless promises to clean up, but his addiction only grew worse. The breaking point came in 1990 when he couldn't even play his parts during recording
I
sessions.
heard a story one time. I feel like it was the Browns. I feel like the team was the Browns, but a football player, and they had finally got to the Super Bowl or something. It's a while ago. And the fucking guy starts partying at the hotel, doing crack and stuff. And his family was all there and everything. They, were going to the game and stuff. And as hours ticked on, he just ended up hiding in the fucking bathroom of the hotel and not showing up to the game. And then finally they had to come and unlock the door and see what the fuck was going on. Oh my God, could you just imagine?
His drumming was so sloppy that the band had to redo take after take. Eventually, Guns N' Roses had enough. They fired him, and just like that, Adler's rock star dream crumbled. Even after being kicked out, Adler didn't stop spiraling. He tried to fight his addiction, but it kept pulling him back in. His once promising career was reduced to headlines about arrests and health scares. This wasn't the future he had imagined when he joined the biggest rock
I saw Guns N' Roses in concert.
band in the world. His story is proof that talent alone isn't enough. Without discipline and control, even the brightest stars can burn out. 2. Ivan Moody, Five Finger Death Punch. Ivan Moody was known for his powerful voice, but his drinking problem nearly silenced him for good. The frontman of Five Finger Death Punch had a history of pushing things too far, but in 2016,
I don't even know what they sang.
his reckless choices finally caught up with him. Fans packed into a venue in Worcester, expecting an explosive performance. What they got instead was a disaster. The show started like any other, but things quickly went wrong. Moody stumbled on stage, slurring his words and struggling to keep up. Then, out of nowhere, he stormed off. Confused fans stood in silence, wondering what had just happened. Moments later, someone announced that Moody had a...
People don't get their fucking money back either for these tickets, too. Because I remember we had bought tickets for Guns N' Roses and something else at Lake Compound. And when Lake Compounds went bankrupt, we'd get our money back.
family emergency. But those in the crowd weren't fooled. They had seen the truth with their own eyes. Moody was too intoxicated to perform. The backlash was immediate. Fans were outraged, calling out the band for the sloppy performance. Videos of the disaster spread across social media, and the band's reputation took a serious hit. Moody had no choice but to face reality. By 2017, he checked himself into rehab, admitting
And then what?
that alcohol had nearly destroyed his career, but the damage had already been done. The memory of that night in Worcester still haunts him, serving as a painful reminder of how addiction can bring even the strongest performers to their knees. His story isn't just about one bad night. It's about how addiction sneaks up and takes control, no matter how talented or successful someone is. Moody had everything, a massive fan base. Ozzy Osbourne was more than just a rock star.
But he's fucking loaded, Ozzy Osbourne. Loaded.
For anyone with dementia, do not drink warm water. Did you know that memory loss is not a condition of the mind?
All right, podcaster Joe Rogan is known to run defense for Donald Trump, even when the situation is quite indefensible. But now we do have a story where Joe Rogan is like, dude, Trump went way too far here. And just to back up for a second, I think stories like this that break through to the broader populace are very important for us to hammer home on. As much as I disagree with Republicans on just about everything, they are good at finding these small, kind of dumb, insignificant stories and then blowing them up into national cases. So when
That is true.
we're talking about people
Look
getting
at them
deported with
talking
no
about Band-Aids and shit.
due process, That's not a small story. That is a massive, terrifying story with widespread implications. And the onus is on us. The onus is on people like me, even people like you, to make sure the American population is informed. And I guess this is a good start. One of the biggest super spreaders of disinformation, Joe Rogan, decided to totally condemn these illegal deportations on his show. And I want to show you this segment because I think it's important that when the bro dudes break with Trump, we spread the word about it. We make sure.
This one doesn't have sound.
Greenland is part of Denmark. If Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going to take Greenland somehow, which they keep insisting, the most obvious route to doing that would be a war with Denmark, I guess, which is part of NATO and is ostensibly our ally both individually and as part of NATO.
I thought we weren't even part of NATO anymore, though.
Welcome to Another Day. This is my new late night comedy series where I'll be recapping the latest and greatest news stories. Well, maybe not greatest. Tragicest, devastatingest, brutalist. Okay, now I'm just naming Holocaust movies. You get the idea. Anyway, it is another day, so let's get into it. Obviously, a lot of news happening. Cory Booker went all musical theater kid at a karaoke bar by refusing to give up the mic on the Senate floor.
I rise with the intention of disrupting the normal business.
Looking gun violence or climate change for you and your family. That's awesome because neither is this administration, since today they laid off thousands of HHS workers, which includes people at the FDA and the CDC.
The Trump administration, alongside billionaire ally Elon Musk, has set in motion a dramatic plan to slash 10,000 health jobs across key federal agencies, including the CDC, FDA, and NIH.
One employee at the FDA referred
Fucking idiot. What an idiot.
to today's layoffs as a bloodbath. Coincidentally, a bloodbath is also RFK's remedy for the measles. But before we move on, I do have to address a certain visitor that graced the Oval Office late yesterday.
Social media can't stop sharing this hydrogen water bottle. Watch this video now before
Kid
the
Rock,
bottled
I
water
swear to
companies
God,
take
I'm
it down. A
Done
brilliant.
with him.
A friend of mine, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. I know him as Bob, but he's been a good friend for a long time, many years, and he's been after something that is for the good of a lot of people, including in particular the public.
Holy shit, something that is for the good of a lot of people, including in particular the public. Is Kid the Bob Rock about to solve America's healthcare crisis?
And having to do with ticket sales and scalping and all of the
How about the rent crisis? Don't hear them ever talking about that. How about the rent crisis? How about that bullshit?
that you have been reading about that's gotten worse and worse with time. And I didn't know too much about it, but I checked it out, and it is a big problem.
So taking this as a no on the healthcare thing.
Anyone who's bought a concert ticket in the last decade, maybe 20 years, no matter what your politics are, knows it is a conundrum. You buy a ticket for $100, by the time you check out, it's 170. You don't know what you can charge for, but more importantly, these bots, you know, they come in to get all the good tickets to your favorite shows you want to go to, and then they're relisted immediately for sometimes a 400% or 500% markup.
Now, to be fair here to Bob, I agree. It does suck that scalpers and bots have turned buying concert tickets into a goddamn nightmare. So Trump signed an executive order which tasks the IRS to make sure that ticket scalpers fully comply with the law, a task that I'm sure the IRS is going to have plenty of time to handle now that he's cutting half.
I know. Does he really think the IRS has time now to be doing that? This is tax season. What the hell is he?
Of their fucking workforce. So the next time that anybody out there can't seem to get a regular price concert ticket, don't just blame the bots, blame this asshole. Oh, and I just have to say, for a guy who has been so insanely vocal about his discomfort with people who aren't straight, you sure love raiding Liberace's closet. And I know that right-wing media doesn't give two shits about hypocrisy, but
why don't
we didn't know that?
you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office and you refuse to wear a suit.
I can't believe that's what they said to Zelensky at a press meeting. But they don't say that. To Elon. Unreal.
Just want to see if you own a suit.
I just hope that part-time journalist and full-time fashion cop Brian Glenn gives Kid Rock an earful. Moving on, as I mentioned a moment ago, Cory Booker pulled an all-nighter and an all-todayer on the Senate floor to show that he's not afraid to take a stand.
Booker took to the podium at 7 o'clock last night saying he would go on as long as he could because he feels the country is in crisis.
These are not normal times in America. And they should not be treated as such. Don Lewis, so many heroes before us would say that this is the time to stand up, to speak up. This is the time to get in some good trouble, to get into necessary trouble.
And hey, bravo to Cory Booker for honoring the legacy of John Lewis and for breaking the record for longest speech in the Senate's history. And while some may say that standing on the Senate floor for more than 25 hours isn't the end-all be-all way to fight Republicans, I'd love to see these senators do it without falling backwards into their star-spangled shower chairs. And it was another day of the federal government taking a dump on the Constitution when ICE made a little oopsie by deporting a man to El Salvador who had protected legal status.
The government admits here that ICE was aware that this man had protected status here in the US, and due to an administrative error, they put him on one of these flights anyways, Vlad. And according to their filing, he wasn't originally on the plane, but some people were taken off, and then he was added and on the list of potential deportees. They hadn't notated that protected status that he was bestowed by the United States. So he really should never have been on this flight, but they're now claiming that they can't bring him back.
Administrator error. You're not the fucking Geek Squad. When people in that van make an administrator error, it doesn't end with someone getting ripped away from their family. Now, while JD Vance, Caroline Leavitt, and various other members of this White House might be refusing to admit what a giant fuck up this is, there is at least one Trump backer who's breaking rank.
You got to get scared that people who are not criminals are getting like lassoed up and deported and sent to like El Salvador prison.
Finally, it's here, the high magnetic field.
I'm joined now by North Carolina Supreme Court Justice Allison Riggs. Justice Riggs, it's been 5 months since you won your election in November of 2024. Still, there hasn't been a winner determined in this election, even though, again, you had more votes than your opponent, Jefferson Griffin. Can you give us a lay of the land in terms of where everything stands right now in this last election that still has yet to be decided from 2024?
Yeah, thanks for having me again, Brian. I'm really honored to be able to share with your listeners what's happening here in North Carolina and the threat it poses for democracy across this.
To do something more than you thought you comfortably could do. Can you tell us a little bit about the decision-making process that you went through about deciding to do this? Obviously, you kind of kept it under wraps. You prepared with your staff, but nobody publicly knew you were going to do this until you started it.
No, I do really credit constituents who are impatient, who are demanding, who are scared, who are angry, and very understandably taking that anger out on Democrats who have to take some responsibility for being where we are in American history right now. And so the more I thought about it with my team, especially after the decisions we made revolving around the continuing resolution, I've been working so hard with my colleagues trying to get them to engage in social media, put more of their heart and spirit out there. They're doing an amazing job. They've almost quadrupled their numbers of engagement online. I've got colleagues opening up TikTok accounts, but I suddenly realized that I've just got to do something myself. I've got to, try to prove worthy for my constituents that I'm willing to step out and step up in some way and hopefully be able to share their stories that were so hurtful.
All right, check this out. So ICE detained a U.S. citizen in Northern Virginia with guns drawn. He offered to show ID and told the officers he was an American citizen, but they handcuffed him anyway. The man is a Trump voter, but says he is reconsidering his support after he was targeted for being Hispanic. First of all, really, dude, you're Hispanic and you still voted for Trump. But even beyond that, this was tweeted out by Representative Don Beyer of Virginia, but this isn't even a Virginia problem. It's not even a Democrat or Republican problem. This is a problem for every single American, no matter your state, no matter your party. It's not just a problem in Virginia. I live in Chicago, and this just happened right next to me. There are a lot of scary stories that have been popping up like this, and I want to tell you guys about what we can do. I want to tell you guys about what happened.
Why does this lady need to bring her baby to court to
House Republican leaders failed today to block for consideration a bipartisan proxy voting proposal for new parents. Colorado's Democratic Representative Brittany Peterson is only the 13th member of the House to give birth while serving in Congress. And while holding her 4-month-old son, Sam, in her arms, she urged colleagues to modernize Congress and allow new parents to vote by proxy by having another member of Congress vote on their behalf for 12 weeks.
No mom or dad should be in the position that I was in and so many parents have found themselves in. It is anti-woman, it's anti-family, and we need to come together to make sure that we kill this rule and have the opportunity to pass this resolution to make sure that new parents have the ability to continue to represent their constituents.
Some 200. Time now for Money Power Politics. And tonight we are talking tariffs and American tech companies. That is a new one ahead of tomorrow's big announcement from Trump. Europe is trying to figure out how it's going to hit back. The Washington Post reporting one option is putting tariffs on digital services provided by companies like, guess who? Apple, Google, and Meta. Remember those big CEOs that stood next to Trump and speaking of Meta, the Wall Street Journal reports Mark Zuckerberg himself is asking President Trump for a favor. Europe is expected to hit Meta with a major fine and cease and desist order related to how it uses personalized ads. Meta wants American trade officials to respond aggressively. Joining me now, Peter Goodman, global economics correspondent for the New York Times, and David Gura is still with us.
You have to see this. This stuff is magic. Once you apply it, it's there to stay. Seriously, it's that permanent.
Jeff.
Just changing subjects for 1 second. The administration has expressed a complete confidence in how all the deportation flights to El Salvador were conducted. But now that the administration has conceded that there was an error of one Salvadoran national, will there be any reviews conducted? And does the president express any thoughts on the one error that was disclosed in court last night?
Well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative error. The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. In fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore. And it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room
I wonder what does happen to your stuff if you get deported.
As the fear of deportation grows among local immigrants, some wonder what will happen to their property and other belongings should they be forced to leave the country.
Sergio Flores from NBC7 and Telemundo 20 Responds is here with a closer look at this issue.
Yeah, Catherine and Michelle, I spoke with a San Diego woman who, as a teenager, crossed into the country illegally with her mom more than 30 years ago. Now, she's made a life here in San Diego since then and wants to know how to keep her finances and property she's accumulated here in the U.S. should her biggest fear happen.
I live all my life here. So this is my town, my city.
Lisette says she's a San Diegan through and through since she came to the United States as a teenager.
And I did my high school and I went to City College.
She now lives in Barrio Logan with her family and has stayed busy for the last 30 plus years, she says.
I work 6 days and like a good citizenship, I do my taxes every year.
And although we're not seeing undocumented...
If you've lived here your whole life, how come you still have an accent? I mean, just curious.
immigrants with no criminal history being deported immediately, Lisette says she can't help but ask, what is
But if
that
you're
date?
here illegally, if she's like admitting she's here illegally, I don't understand. How can you even go to school without like the proper paperwork of vaccinations and stuff like that that other kids have to go to school?
Does come.
I just pray every day. I think positive things like nothing gonna happen.
But thoughts and prayers may not be enough, she fears. So she wants to be ready for the worst, which includes not losing her property and finances.
It's going to have to be to get your affairs in order.
Octavio Cardona is a consumer rights attorney. He says the first thing Lisette should do is check her bank's policy regarding foreign account holders.
Some financial institutions will close an account when they find out that you're trying to change your account information to a foreign address.
Cardona says folks with a mortgage should save enough to cover the payment, HOA fees, and property taxes while they find a buyer or renter. Otherwise,
you risk having a lien placed.
That's ridiculous advice.
What's the point of these tiny waist pockets in most cargo pants these days? The bearskin cargo pants are the only 6.
We begin today with a deal that was too good to be true that cost a prospective renter in Ocean Beach thousands of dollars.
And unfortunately, this is a story that's becoming all too common, not only in our area, but around the country. Our Delaney White spoke to the DA about how to protect yourself and avoid losing money from situations like these.
I got fooled, and it's easy to get fooled.
Alexandria Moya says after posting on the Nextdoor app about needing a place to live, she was contacted by a woman offering a small 1.5 bedroom house in Ocean Beach, well below the average cost of rent for that area, which is about $2,500 a month, according to Zumper Rental Market.
It was going for, I think she said $1,300, but I let her know my situation, that I needed a place kind of as soon as possible, and I don't.
This goes on all the fucking time, and they do nothing about it.
Have as much money. So she lowered it down to $1,000.
Moya says she set up a time to tour the property, and a woman replied saying her niece can give a tour of the property.
I met the niece. Yeah, she was 21. I do believe she is the scammer.
After touring the property 2 more times, Moya was ready to move forward.
And then sent me like a lease. I read it. It seemed legit. So I said, okay, let's go through with this. And then that's when I brought her the money.
According to Moya, the woman was pressuring her to commit, saying other people also wanted the place and that Moya needs to make an immediate cash payment if she wants to get the home.
So I
don't understand how they're not able to fucking stop this shit.
gave her $2,500 in total, $1,500 of it in cash, and then $1,000 through Zelle, because that was my only way to get it to her right then and there.
Moya says the move-in date kept getting pushed back and was told the property wasn't ready. Eventually, she was told she could not move
Not just that, she was also
Oops, sorry.
confronted by Peter Doocy. Yes, Fox's Peter Doocy for Donald Trump's disastrous economy. We're going to get into it all. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already, and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button. Now let's hear just the first meltdown from Levitt.
Just changing subjects for 1 second. The administration has expressed a complete confidence in how all the deportation flights to El Salvador were conducted. But now that the administration has conceded that there was an error of one Salvadoran national, will there be any reviews conducted? And does the president express any thoughts on the one error that was disclosed in court last night?
Well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative.
Well, an administration is administrative. And so, yeah, what are you saying there, lady?
Error. The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. And fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact.
Even though they started in the U.S. But how about you show proof?
Number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore. And it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room should be grateful for that, considering especially MS-13 is very prevalent and prominent here in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and in Virginia. And the president, the attorney general, everyone who has been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
It was not a clerical error. I don't understand how Carolyn is
How to get her to be with him, in my opinion.
trying to argue that her own administration, the very people she works for, were wrong in admitting they unlawfully deported this man. The excuses she later makes in this press briefing are truly appalling. She goes on to attack this man's character without any real information, simply because her job is to act as a propagandist and a stooge for Donald Trump. And once again, she does so without any evidence.
Sure.
Thanks, Carolyn. A few questions about this deportation case. First, I wanted to clarify something that you said to Jeff a few minutes ago. You said you'd seen evidence that this man was a convicted gang member. In what court was he convicted and for what?
This individual was an MS-13 ringleader. This individual was also engaged in human trafficking. And I'm glad you brought up this point again, because I would like to point out that if you just saw the headline from the insane failing Atlantic magazine this morning, you would think this individual was Father of the Year.
Who's the individual?
Living in Maryland, living a peaceful life, when that couldn't be further from the truth. They didn't even mention in the title of
asked where the proof is.
that article, or even in the first paragraph, that this individual is an illegal criminal who broke our nation's
asked where the proof is.
Immigration laws. He is a leader in the brutal MS-13 gang, and he is involved in human trafficking. And now MS-13 is a designated foreign terrorist organization. Foreign terrorists have
just repeated the same thing you said. She asked you where the proof is.
no legal protections in the United States of America. And this administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
What information does Carolyn Levitt have about what type of a father this man is? What type of information does Carolyn Levitt have about anything for that matter? I remember her first day on the job. She said, "I don't need a binder. I got it all going on up here." And since that day, there's not been a lot going on up there besides hate and anger and vengeful rage. It is just so gross. And again, she is just so bad at her job. She's not a good liar. She's not distracting. She can't deflect. And she can't even give straight answers. Like when she was asked about tariffs right here.
Bimbo.
For anyone with dementia, do not drink warm water.
You hear that?
Did you know that memory loss is not a condition of the mind?
Secretary.
Caroline, the president said over the weekend that he couldn't care less if prices went up on foreign cars because people buy more American cars. There's been consensus from a lot of economists that these tariffs could raise prices on other goods as well. Is the president comfortable with Americans on Main Street paying more because of these tariffs?
The president is doing everything he can, and this entire administration is doing everything we can to bring down the cost of living in this country. An inflation mess that was fueled by the previous administration's reckless spending.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But we don't want to hear any more about the previous administration. What are you doing?
burdensome regulations that this administration is focused on slashing every single day. I just read you a statistic just from the Environmental Protective Agency alone. We're saving taxpayers money that's ultimately going to drive down inflation, and we're unleashing the might of our energy industry, which will bring down prices as well. To the heart of your question, because this is very important to the American people, you should trust what this president did for you in his first term. He effectively utilized tariffs while driving down
Shut the fuck up. You are lying.
inflation. It was a record low 1.4% when he
No, it
left office,
wasn't.
and he's focused on getting back to that. It's unfortunate the previous administration left us in this mess.
Donald Trump himself admitted that there's nothing Carolyn Levitt can do to defend him. She doesn't care if prices rise, and he doesn't care how it affects Americans. He has no concern for the fact that he's engaged in one of the most absurd trade wars in history. It doesn't bother him. Nothing seems to, but it's gotten so bad.
And he holds money back on places, right? That he tells them, you do this and you can have the money. So it's not like he's cutting these things because, you know, oh, you know, we need it for this, you know, we'll try to trim this here and trim that there. No, he's fucking blackmailing people with it, in my opinion.
That even Fox is now questioning when Trump will realize the harm he's causing, not just to American citizens, but to the very people who put him in office. That's exactly what Peter Doocy pressed him on right here.
Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. When the president goes down to Florida on the weekends, does he ever hear from, there are so many retired folks down in Florida, does he ever hear from any retired Americans who are stressed about these wild swings in the stock market because of the tariff uncertainty, and they're sitting there on...
What you really want to ask her is, why do we have to pay for that when he goes to Mar-a-Lago? Why do we have to pay for that? He's off the clock. We shouldn't have to pay for it.
fixed income or living off 401k, and they don't know how much money's going to be left.
Well, certainly they are legitimate concerns, and the president takes those concerns very seriously, and he's addressing them every single day. And tomorrow's announcement is to protect future generations of the senior citizens you mentioned. It's for their kids and their grandkids to ensure that there are jobs here in the United States of America for their children to live the American dream,
Not
just like
when he's
they.
just fired a bunch of people. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. He can't force companies to come here.
Presumably did. And as for their worries about their 401ks, their Social Security, I just addressed Social Security. This president is always going to protect it for our tax-paying senior citizens. As for their 401ks, look at what President Trump did for you in his first term. He is working
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Talk about now.
on implementing that economic formula every single day by lowering inflation, lowering energy prices, massive deregulatory efforts, while simultaneously effectively implementing tariffs. And they'll hear more about that announcement tomorrow.
Peter Doocy is questioning why this administration is causing so much economic hardship. You know it's bad when even Fox is calling out the Trump administration, but that's the reality. An economy in shambles and a flood of lies. Just last night, J.D. Vance was busy on Twitter trying to mislead people while responding to Pod Save America's Jon Favreau. He repeatedly had to delete his posts as his false claims were exposed. Meanwhile, Carolyn Levitt attempted to cover for him.
Everyone who's been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
Vice President said he was a convicted member of MS-13. What evidence is there to back that up?
There's a lot of evidence, and the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have that evidence, and I saw it this morning.
There's a lot of evidence. And the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have that evidence, and I saw it this morning. There's lots of evidence. Then show us where is the evidence? Where is this evidence we speak of? Because you don't want to present it. You don't want to tell us who these people are. That has been the theme, that has been what we continue to see, that they are just trying to operate out of fear, intimidation. Do it in the shadows.
What it is.
Do it where no one can see, because they know what they're doing. It's breaking the law. And when they're held accountable, they really get upset.
This administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
But a judge ordered that he should remain in this country. So are you saying that it is okay to ignore a judge's ruling if you don't like it?
Who does that judge work for?
He's an immigration.
It was an immigration judge who works for the Department of Justice at the direction of the Attorney General of the United States, whose name is Pam Bondi, who has committed to eradicating MS-13 from our nation's interior. And
the Trump administration keeps returning to the argument that activist judges are legislating from the bench. They point out that Donald Trump is the most injunction-blocked president in history. But have they considered that it's because he's constantly breaking the law? It's absurd to call for impeachment over this. That's why today, Jamie Raskin questioned Newt Gingrich, who for some reason was testifying before a House committee about these efforts to impeach judges.
By law, by the courts. Many of our colleagues are following Trump and Musk in calling for impeachment right now. There have been only 15 federal judges impeached in all of American history, always for serious professional misconduct, like taking bribes, stealing from the court, or habitual drunkenness.
Some motherfucker wanting to fucking get rid of everybody that's against him.
Not even occasional drunkenness, habitual drunkenness on the bench. Congress has never defined a doctrinal or interpretive disagreement as a high crime and misdemeanor, much less when the judge's reasoning was airtight correct. The spreading movement to impeach and attack judges is so alarming that Chief Justice Roberts issued a rare statement last week. He said, for more than 2 centuries, it's been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The proper response, of course, is to appeal the decision. And to be fair, Chairman Issa expressed his strong disapproval of these wanted posters yesterday in the Rules Committee. Now, for some members, talk of impeaching...
They did not put wanted posters of judges. Are you fucking kidding me?
These so-called rogue judges is just fun and games. But the vicious assault, the vicious rhetorical assault on the judiciary has turned into something more sinister in certain quarters. Actual violent threats, bomb threats, direct intimidation.
Wow.
Judge Boasberg, the Bush appointee, must endure scandalous online attacks and insults by President Trump and Elon Musk and their followers. Even worse, the campaign of vilification has spread to Judge Boasberg's family, including outrageous attacks on his daughter, who's had her photo and her place of work posted on social media.
And these motherfuckers sound
By
just
Elon Musk
like these
to his 209
motherfuckers we have to put up with in the CWC. That's why it's becoming the normal, because they sound like exactly like these motherfucking turd bots. Like we heard that video of Debbie. Oh, you want to argue with me? Then I'll go after your daughter. Who the fuck are you talking to, bitch? You've got a young kid that can be taken away from you. I think you need to back the fuck off, bitch.
90 million followers. These threats follow an actual bomb threat made to the sister of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And there are numerous other threats taking place today. And of course, we've seen threats and
That would be Swiss calling people's family members, huh?
actual violence and murders take place in the past. I call on my colleagues right now to call off the campaign to impeach federal judges for doing their jobs. I call on them to demand that the Trump administration comply with all judicial orders. Well,
He should be arrested. They should be arrested. That's just my opinion. I mean, yeah, anybody else doing that would be.
appealing whichever ones they want to appeal, and to demand the return of people unlawfully taken to El Salvador on that so-called plane full of gangbangers. And I especially call on them today to denounce all violent threats, doxing, online vilification, and threats against our judges. This is the Judiciary Committee of the United
I call on them to fucking do something about the doxing of regular people too, not just judges. Fucking people, ordinary people, just trying to make ends meet when some stupid douchebags think they're gonna fucking target them and ruin their life. Got to be more important. You know, can't just be like, oh, this judge is important, but these regular people aren't.
United States House of Representatives, and we should act like it. Let's zero in on Trump's executive order contradicting the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which says that any person born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen of the United States. Trump got struck down.
You know what? I'm more concerned about the rent problem going on that's causing the homeless problem. Why don't you focus on the people here? Hearing a story about a woman who's been here illegally and now owns this and has this and is worried about her fucking assets and her belongings, while, you know, regular people who have paid into Social Security and can't even afford rent anymore, that have, you know, were born here, are fucking suffering. I'm not saying that they're not important, but come on. Can we focus on, you know, us too?
By a Reagan judge, a Biden judge, an Obama judge, and a Bush judge. The Reagan judge said, I've been on the bench for 4 decades. I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order. Blatantly. This is from a Reagan judge. Now, my colleagues seem to think that an executive order is greater than a law or the Constitution itself. But an executive order cannot trump a federal statute, much less the Constitution. An executive order.
Then arrest him. Because the longer you sit there and let him keep doing that and living up to his fucking name, Trump, then the longer he's going to keep doing it. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Arrest him. He's breaking the law. Arrest him. Anybody else would get arrested.
It's just an order to the executive bureaucracy to follow a policy unless and until it's countermanded by
the Law and Order Party. Law and Order is anything but that. And it's a disgrace that they continue to refer to themselves that way. But we got to call it out. We're going to be every single day on the show. And if you want to support that, as always, you can hit that subscribe button. You can leave a like on this video. And if you stuck around to the end, drop a blue heart in the comments or just say, hi, thank you for your support. And until next time, I'll see you soon.
I mean,
Should dogs drink milk? Does your state allow the purchase of raw milk? The bigger states do. And while our pets need the protein and calcium, if your dog is getting older, don't allow them.
Putin designed a plan to collapse America. What would it look like? And I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a kind of a four-step process that's fairly easily identified. Number one, install a puppet or an ally inside the American government. You know, Lincoln talked about how, you know, if America's ever to be conquered, it's not going to come from outside our country. It's going to come from inside our country. It's going to come from within. And that certainly seems to be the case. And if Putin picked a candidate, it would probably be Trump. And in
yes, it would be. This is important, this one, huh?
fact, when you look at the Senate Intelligence Committee findings, and you look at the findings of the multiple national intelligence services, there's an absolute agreement right across the board that in 2016, 2020, and even 2024, Putin was trying to help Donald Trump get elected. So that's number one. Number two, dismantle American institutions from the inside. Putin's best move would be to encourage the erosion of U.S. democracy, right? The government capacity, devalue science, underfund law enforcement, defund agencies, destroy trust in our government, destroy trust in our elections, sabotage our public health. And by the way, all those things are happening.
Just move to Russia or something, huh?
Happening right now as you're listening to my voice. Number three, he would stoke internal divisions. A divided America is a weak America. Putin's cyber and propaganda ops have long stoked racial hatred, anti-government sentiment, anti-vax ideology, and far-right extremism. Trump accelerates all of it. And Musk's X has become a major vector for lies, disinformation, propaganda, and fascist apologia. And then fourth, if Putin wanted to destroy America, he would weaken U.S. alliances around the world. And Trump is doing it. He's repeatedly threatened to pull us out
Sounds like it's already underway, huh?
of NATO. He's praised Putin's invasion of Ukraine. He undermined Western alliances. And now he's threatening our allies with the possibility of invasion. Greenland, Canada, Panama, Mexico.
Wow.
This is textbook Kremlin strategy. Divide the West and then conquer its influence. But, you know, whether Trump and Musk are taking direct instructions from Putin, and there are a bunch of people out there who think they are, who are pointing to these regular phone conversations over the last 2 years that both Trump and Musk have been having with Putin. But whether that's the case or not,
I think that should be illegal, in my opinion.
the consequence is the same. The destruction they're inflicting on America is strategic, not accidental, coordinated, not chaotic, and oligarchic, not populist. This is a very straightforward process. You know, it could be that they're doing it because Putin told them to. It could be because this is part of the dark enlightenment. You know, the Curtis Yarvin crowd, the broligarchy, the tech bros, who just want to wipe out. You know, they think that we should have a CEO America rather than a democracy. Or if it's, people trying to wipe out the institution that might challenge their exercise of raw power. It doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. They're taking down our democracy.
Yep. I agree.
And I mean, they're quite literally tearing our government apart as we speak.
As we speak.
And for example, they just in the last 2 months, right? They have or are in the process of gutting the IRS so badly the country will lose an estimated $500 billion to morbidly rich tax cheats, killing off the EPA so polluters can run free and profit from giving us cancer. disbanded the public integrity section that once prosecuted corrupt politicians, shut down the DOJ unit that was prosecuting violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, moved the ATF under Kash Patel's purview with the goal of neutering it, crippling the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau.
Isn't that crazy? The Consumer Protection Bureau.
That stops big banks and insurance companies from ripping off average people. They've taken a hatchet to NASA, presumably to hand more power and money to SpaceX. They're dismantling the Department of Education to create more demand for private for-profit schools. They're paralyzing the Department of Health and Human Services that protects us from disease and pandemics. They're mutilating the National Labor Relations Board that protects workers' rights. They're proclaiming their intention to end FEMA so Americans are on their own when climate change-driven disasters strike. They're tearing apart the Social Security Administration so seniors will have to rely on big banks for retirement options.
This hydrogen water bottle is going viral. It slows down aging and disease. Watch this video now before the bottled water companies take it down. A brilliant water scientist from Japan just destroyed the billion-dollar bottled water industry by building a device that turns regular water into a high anti.
They're demolishing the National Institutes of Health that develops new drugs and cures for disease. They've seized control of the FCC so they can end net neutrality and try to dictate content of radio and TV programming. They're stripping NOAA of its workers, so we'll have to rely on for-profit companies for our weather reports and storm warnings. They're kneecapping the Department of Transportation to block new public transportation projects and deregulate big trucking companies and self-driving cars, like Teslas. They're ripping up the Department of Energy so it can't fund any more green energy projects. They're wiping out the Department of Housing and Urban Development to prevent any new low-income housing projects. They're attacking the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to leave Americans defenseless. They've largely ended the Office of Civil Rights within the Department of the Department of Education to enforce anti-discrimination laws in education. They've defunded the National Institute of Justice that works against terrorism and far-right extremism. They're eviscerating the Department of Veterans Affairs and other programs that help our veterans, including shutting down the suicide prevention hotlines.
Wow.
They've defunded the Department of
No way. They shut down the suicide prevention hotline. Get the heck out.
Agriculture to gut food stamps and SNAP, school lunch programs, and supports for small family farms. They're paralyzing the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board that oversees the executive branch to make sure that their anti-terrorism efforts don't violate civil rights. They're weakening the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, the EEOC, so it can't do its job of protecting minority or disabled workers and job applicants. And they're firing scientists at the FDA, gutting oversight of drug manufacturers. And that's just a partial so far list. Meanwhile, Trump is snatching students off the streets and transporting them to a brutal private for-profit prison in
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Louisiana with no due process whatsoever, in clear defiance of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. He's proposing changes to voting laws that will prevent tens of millions of married women from casting a ballot.
Get out.
And he's threatening to seize foreign sovereign lands by force. So, who's driving this train? Well, there's three factions, basically. First, there's Trump himself, who's so pissed off at the government
What do you mean by that?
Ready to stop UTIs before they even start? Meet the first anti-UTI spray for women, Intimate Skin Support from Love Wellness.
We need to be aware of the SAVE Act. Republicans introduced this last year, but it didn't go through because the Democrats had the Senate. Right now, Republicans have both the Senate and the House. So this literally could go through. So this is being sponsored by Chip Roy, and it's already been introduced, like I said, one time before. Let's talk about what this is. Married women could be stopped from voting under the SAVE Act. It stands for Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, and that could prevent many married women from being able to register to vote. So SAVE, once again, stands for...
Get the fuck out. What?
This is about the rule of law, ensuring the integrity of elections, and the simple proposition that only citizens should vote.
Republican lawmakers are pushing a measure that would change voter registration rules. The bill is called the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or the SAVE Act for short. Queen City News reporter Caroline Boyer tells us what this would mean for voters if passed and signed into law.
The SAVE Act would require people registering to vote to present a real ID, passport, or another document to prove they're United States citizens.
We're here for the simple proposition supported by the vast majority of the American people that only citizens of the United States should vote, that we should have documentary proof, that we should have a system to guarantee that only citizens of the United States vote in federal elections.
Texas Congressman Chip Roy is behind the bill, which, if passed, would affect any.
Why? That's that. I mean, that if they become a citizen, then
new voter registrations or any changes needed for existing voter registrations. The goal? Prevent people who aren't American citizens from casting a ballot.
I would suggest that is more burdensome than it might be beneficial because we just don't have the numbers that show that non-citizens are voting.
It's worth noting federal law already prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections, and data shows this type of voting is extremely rare. But this is not the first time the Republican leaders have introduced this bill.
Safeguarding our elections should not be a partisan issue.
Political experts say whether you're for it or against it, it'll likely create hurdles for people trying to register to vote because it would eliminate the option to register online or by mail.
The more difficult it is to vote, the less likely people will vote.
One particular group this measure could affect: married women who've changed their last names.
If your driver's license says one thing, your passport says one thing, but then you actually have a new name, you might have to go through a whole different process, even though you might have already been voting for years and years and years.
North Carolina political experts I talked with tell me right now there's no timeline on when the bill may see movement, but if it does, there will likely be lawsuits. They have mixed reactions on whether or not the bill will pass.
You can save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Whoa! Very funny, Limu. Doesn't even look like me.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And this is...
We turn to Decision 2025 on this election night. There are several upsets in the suburbs. And as the whole country watched, there is a winner in the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. Our political reporter, Marianne Ahern, has been watching all these results come in, and you've got some surprises for us, Marianne.
It was a very interesting night, Alex. It's been the most expensive judicial race ever. And despite Elon Musk spending nearly $20 million, the Democrat, Susan Crawford, has won in Wisconsin. Musk campaigned for Brad Schimmel and came to Green Bay just Sunday to hand out two $2 million checks. Democrats like J.B. Pritzker and Barack Obama supported Crawford. This was considered a litmus test in a very purple state of where voters stand on President Trump's first 70 days in office.
I've got to tell you, as a little girl growing up,
George Orwell was not born a genius, nor a revolutionary. He became one. His real name, Eric Arthur Blair, an ordinary boy, but one who early on recognized the injustices of the world. Born in 1903 in India, when the country was still part of the British Empire, he grew up in a lower middle-class family with airs of nobility, an uncomfortable contrast. He lived in that game of appearances, where people try to seem more than they really are. How many...
We have some fantastic breaking news from the breaking news man himself. Aaron, do you want to announce what just took place in Wisconsin's Supreme Court election between Judge Susan Crawford and Brad Schimmel, which we don't even need to worry about anymore? What just happened?
History just happened. Susan Crawford just won the election in Wisconsin.
And it's truly historic. It's a major win for Democrats in Wisconsin, a major loss for Republicans, especially folks like Elon Musk, who spent, I don't know, $20 million to try to buy this race.
$28 million that Elon spent, and he was given as much of it out as possible as he possibly could at the end. And we saw these ridiculous comments from Elon over and over and over again, talking about, George Soros.
To unpack this and more, foreign editor at The Australian, Greg Sheridan. Greg, welcome. We're told, they're going to come into effect immediately. They'll be widespread. We don't know much more detail than that. What can you tell us?
Well, Peter, everything with Donald Trump is, of course, always very uncertain. We know a few things. The United States directly only accounts for 4.6% of our exports. It's important in a couple of particular areas, beef, pharmaceuticals, and some other agricultural exports. So were they to be hit with a common 20% tariff, that would be very difficult. There's no reason why Australia should be
subject to
a higher tariff rate than any other country. So we certainly don't want that to happen. Australia, even under the terms that Trump uses, Australia has a very good case because the tariffs we impose on America are actually lower than the tariffs they impose on us. And of course, America runs year by year a very big trade surplus with Australia.
He's such a fucking douchebag. I mean, really.
Look what happened is this. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history. Make America great again. How can you be against it?
We are T-minus 11 hours from what President Trump is calling Liberation Day, the day that America will be liberated from, James?
Prosperity, free enterprise.
Liberated
the
who?
Liberated from the post-war era of the American-led rules-based order.
Liberation Day to be liberated from, Jeff?
I'm just
Liberated from what?
excited for the grilling. And
The grilling?
Yeah, it's going to be a new tradition. This will probably be the last Liberation Day we're all working, actually. Because, as we reported this weekend, some Trump officials want to push to make this a federal holiday going forward.
You're not joking.
I'm not joking. Well, it's sort of.
Is it true that they did it on April 2nd instead of April 1st so that it didn't seem like April Fool's Day?
That has been the direct public statement by the President of the United States on a matter of important public policy. That you don't want to do something this significant and assume that the world might not believe you. It still happen, actually.
Rhonda, any other things we're being liberated from?
I like what Jeff just said. I'm still taking that in. A national holiday. And yeah, it
Well, stop laughing about it because it's not even funny.
appears that, members of his own party may not want to sign up for this. So yeah, this is, I might have sobered the mood there. But,
No, I'm excited. I feel like every year families can gather around and read the tariff code together and look at import prices and manufacturing capacity. And that can be sort of our new great American holiday.
And someday someone will say, Grandpa Jeff, where were you on Liberation Day?
Sitting there.
I'll say, I first scooped that this was even possible. And they'll say, we don't care.
You're in the
You don't care. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Washington Post newsroom, we'll call it Jeff Day. But as you can tell, this is Sidebar from the Washington Post, and the gang is here. James Hohmann, Rhonda Colvin, and our special guest, White House economics reporter Jeff Stein, the Scoopy Jeff Stein, who we will name a day after here at the Washington Post, April 2nd, forevermore. So this big tariff day we've been talking about is nearly upon us, or is it? Because in the last few weeks, President Trump has sort of pulled back from the tariff threats, like Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown, leaving the world sort of flummoxed and trying.
Well, I was joined earlier this afternoon by Trump's national security advisor in his first term and now his arch critic, Ambassador John Bolton. As I asked him, with Trump insisting today that he's hacked off with Putin, can we trust him not to change his mind again?
Well, no, I don't think it will last long. In fact, he said later in the day after that statement that actually he still thought Putin wanted peace. What Putin has received from Trump already are incredible concessions. The concession that it's not the U.S. position to insist on Ukraine's restoration full
before about this.
No, people are asking me to run. There's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it.
Bitch, you better not fucking run for a third term.
They do say there's a way you can do it.
If you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
That was President Donald Trump speaking to the media in a presser on March 31st, 2025. And yes, he was serious. Trump, now in his second non-consecutive term.
Barack Obama did 2 terms. See, the way to have had Barack Obama in the office this time would have been if he'd have ran as Kamala's vice president. And then when she got in, stepped down and he could have taken it. See, the only way is for this guy here to have JD Vance run and then have JD Vance step down and he takes it. Or if he won't step down, then get rid of him.
2024 election is once again shaking up political norms, this time by hinting at a third presidential run. But is there really a way? Let's break it down.
If you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that. And no, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term.
Nobody's asking you to run, buddy. Just to run away.
I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that. But I have not looked into it. I want to do a fantastic job. We have 4 years, just about almost close to 4 years. Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years, and we're getting a lot of credit for having done a great job in the first almost
doing a good job.
100 days.
What does the Constitution say? The 22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951, is clear. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. This amendment came after Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected 4 times, the only U.S. president to serve more than 2 terms. Since then, the 2-term limit has stood firm. Even before 1951, when the 22nd Amendment was ratified, the framers of the U.S. Constitution failed to enact term limits for U.S. presidents in 1803, 1824, and 1826. For Trump, who was elected in 2016 and again in 2024, that means he's hit his constitutional ceiling. Trump hinted there are methods that could allow a third term. So, what are the possibilities? To make a third term legal, option 1 would be that Congress would need to pass an amendment repealing the 22nd, requiring 2/3 of both the House and Senate, plus ratification by 3/4 of U.S. states, which is nearly impossible. The Republicans currently hold 53 of 100 seats in the Senate and 218 of 435 seats in the House of Representatives. Clearly, Republicans are short of the required majority. As things stand, Trump doesn't have numbers to do it. Option 2 is the vice presidential loophole. Some speculate Trump could run as vice president in 2028, if his running mate wins and resigns.
That's what I said before.
Trump could step in. Legal? That's debatable. The 12th Amendment says the VP must be eligible to serve as president, and constitutional experts argue that if Trump can't serve a third term, he likely can't be vice president either. So while the 22nd Amendment makes Trump ineligible to run for president again in 2028, the 12th Amendment extends this ineligibility to him being vice president. So, this would need another constitutional amendment. So far, Trump says he hasn't seriously looked into the legalities. But for now, the 22nd Amendment stands. By the end of his second term, Trump, now 78, will be the oldest U.S. president in history, aged 82. For more news and updates, keep watching Live Mint.
All right, so I was wrong on the number, but still. I can't believe that, that I had done enough research to figure that out, and fucking those people in charge didn't. It's crazy.
Most meat sticks on the market today, yes, even the healthy ones, contain an ingredient derived.
According to independent lab tests, Husky liners with our ProGuard formula are 78% more durable than the leading brand.
So you know how Elon Musk tweets out something like every 5 minutes? Well, he's not tweeting now.
Why?
Because he lost in Wisconsin.
So he said, so.
Poor Elon. If you guys haven't followed the story, he's been doing a lot of questionable, you could say illegal things. He had that lottery thing, right? And then he had it was like give $1 million and, follow Elon, be a spokesperson. He also had the pay $100 per person to sign a petition thing. And then he had this other thing was I'll pay you $20 to take a picture of you with the candidate with a thumbs up and your friends.
Totally Hollywood Street.
Totally what?
Hollywood Street, the LA, the Hollywood area, you take.
Oh, right.
Hulk.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, those kind of places, it's a scam when you go to tourist spots.
So Elon Musk and Tesla could get sued for lying.
That's the subject of today's video. And these are the headlines. Musk Doge work hurts Tesla shareholders, NYC comptroller says. And you got this. Elon Musk gets booed right to his face. Guys, we have to talk about this because I was reading through the Tesla and Elon news today, and something that really struck out to me is sort of like, is someone not telling the truth here? Now, we know Elon lies quite a bit or misleads or misrepresents. In this situation, now we're actually going after Tesla in particular because the basic lie is that Elon Musk does work. That's basically what it is. And if you follow this stock, you'll know that much of the stock is based on hype, and much of that hype is generated by Elon, right? So if Elon's
Well, Tesla owners say an online map decorated with an image of a Molotov cocktail includes personal information about them, such as residential addresses, raising fears that activists oppose.
Now we've got the host of On with Kara Swisher and the co-host of Pivot, Kara Swisher. Thanks so much for taking the time.
No problem. So much news, Brian.
So much news. Okay, well, let's start off first with Elon Musk. He aligns himself with Trump, who, of course, you know, these EV-loving liberals hate. Tesla's stock price is falling, car sales are falling, both in the US and internationally. So I have two questions here. Can Tesla survive this? And is there a world in which Republicans flock to EVs to compensate for the liberals who have left?
No, they are not. You know, his audience is a particular group of people who believe in climate change, as did Elon Musk many years ago. He was quite adamant on it and quite dramatic. And so I think what he's done is the most.
I mean, well, yeah, of course we believe in climate change.
The biggest destruction. Well, there's a couple things, because I think it's easy to blame it on nobody likes him, which they, you know, his negatives are quite high, especially with his customers. When you do things that your customers don't like, it's, you know, the customer is always right, no matter what it is.
I'm going to have a hard time getting through this, but I need y'all to like and share because I want to talk about a story that came out yesterday in The Guardian, and it's heavy stuff, but we need to hear it. The piece is by Sarah Novich. It came out yesterday. It's called "The U.S. Right is Coming for Disabled People. Here's Why That Threatens Everyone." Okay, I've said from the beginning that what Trump and Musk are doing, and RFK Jr. as well, is eugenics. There is a reason that fascist regimes come for children and disabled people first. Targeting Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, disabilities, schools, free and reduced lunch, IEPs, disability supports, all of that is focused on children, disabled folks, and especially disabled children, right? Kids who are at the intersection of childhood and disability. This is eugenics. They want.
Please
Another thing I talked about.
sign the petition and urge Congress to make assault rifles illegal.
In these oh so dark times, fear not, I have some positive news for you. Look at this from James Lee of Breaking Points. Scoop, the implosion at the Daily Wire is accelerating. What? The Daily Wire is supposed to be the #1 conservative media outlet. #1, they're supposed to be. What started with Jeremy Boring, that's the CEO, stepping down. One of the things that's been really eye-opening to me is just like how quickly a country can slip into fascism. Like, it happens pretty fucking fast. And all of a sudden, there are conversations that happen publicly where you're like, what? This is something that if somebody said it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, everybody would have fucking cut you out of their lives and looked at you like you're a psychopath, right? So I have a great example of it here. This is Fox News, and they are going mask off fascist. Look, I feel for this liberal host that they have on the network, because she must feel like she's in the fucking Twilight Zone every day. This is like living in a nightmare on a daily basis. So listen to what she says, and the response should send a chill up your spine.
There's still a due process issue here. And there are now numerous cases confirmed of people in that mega prison who should not be. We talked earlier in the
talking about the El Salvador slave labor camp and Trump illegally shipping people there, claiming they're Tren de Aragua. Then information comes out that person's not Tren de Aragua. They have a tattoo that's for Venezuela, who was allegedly tortured by the Maduro regime. Everything she's brought up so far is just fact. They're not from Tren de Aragua. They're not.
Okay, what about
most of them have tattoos. Guilty enough in my mind. Get them the fuck out of here, and I don't care what happens. You heard what Jeanine Pirro said. You want to give them all due process? We don't even have the number of judges that we need. Well, then get the fucking judges, you jackass. Instead of ripping up the Constitution, shitting on the Constitution, destroying it, lighting it on fire, throwing our civilized society in the garbage because you're a fucking bigot and you want to rush this shit. Holy shit, man. This is so dark. This is so dark.
What's darker than ranks?
One of the things that's been really eye-opening to me is just like how quickly a country can slip into fascism. Like, it happens pretty fucking fast. And all of a sudden, there are conversations that happen publicly where you're like, what? Anybody innocent up? But they say, oh no, it's fine. We like the way he's doing it. They could fix the mistakes and get back to doing what they're doing. In these oh so dark times, fear not, I have some positive news for you. Right? But if I was a right-wing host and I had a radio show, I'd release it. I'd sell 100,000 copies like that because a right-wing think tank funded by billionaires would buy them all up. Boom. Top 10 New York Times bestseller list, and you sell more as a result of that. You understand? Online, kept folders of clipped videos of their enemies, helped wage internal vendettas under the guise of PR. One source, the disaster of their PR strategy over the last year, was cooked up between Jeremy and Alyssa. Mass layoff. The Daily Wire is also shuttering its kid division entirely, roughly a quarter of the company. And internally, people are furious. One source put it bluntly, if they let Jeremy go a long time ago, many people would still have jobs today. Everyone knows it. So apparently Jeremy was not liked. By the way, let's just reflect on this for a second. They built this conservative media empire, and they had a kids division. They would make conservative cartoons for kids, bro. What the fuck?
So will the recent Signalgate scandal trigger a massive downfall for the Trump administration?
No.
Legendary Democratic strategist James Carville made this bold prediction just a month ago.
I believe that this administration, in less than 30 days, in the midst of a massive collapse, and particularly a collapse in public opinion.
Yes, so
He recently advised Democrats in a New York Times op-ed to embark on the most daring political maneuver in the history of our country: roll over and play dead, allow the Republicans to crumble beneath their own weight, and make the American people miss us. Joining me now is the Raging Cajun. He's a veteran political consultant, co-host of the Politics War Room podcast, and the man behind Bill Clinton's 1992 campaign victory.
Had some key local races. There are also regional ones with national implications. For Wisconsin Supreme Court liberal Judge Susan Crawford from Dane County beat out conservative Waukesha County Judge.
Thank you. All right, Wisconsin, we did it. Oh, yeah. You know, just moments ago, I received a phone call from Judge Brad Schimmel conceding the race. And I want to thank him. He was very gracious, and I wish him and his family well. And to the people of Wisconsin, thank you.
I hope to stay safe. Because I don't trust these motherfuckers in the least.
It is election day in the state of Wisconsin. Voters are stepping out to cast their ballots in an important judicial election for a single vacant seat in the state Supreme Court. This election is being referred to as the most expensive judicial election the U.S. has ever seen. The mandate will determine if the Wisconsin Supreme Court bench will have a Democrat or Republican slant. While the election is a non-partisan one, the two most popular candidates have been very publicly backed by both red and blue camps.
Meanwhile, Doge may have just found their next target. Elon Musk says he's now focusing on members of Congress who became, quote, strangely wealthy while in Congress.
They'll send the money overseas to one NGO, then it'll go through a bunch of them. And then I'm highly confident that a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States and lands in the pockets of the people you just mentioned. It doesn't go directly, but let's just say that there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress. I'm trying to connect the dots of how do they become rich? Well, how they get 20 million if they're earning 200,000 a year.
Great point. Our next guest's app tracks which stocks politicians are investing in. Co-founder of the Autopilot app, Chris Joseph, joins us.
75,000 complaints, 3,000 dead pets. Yet vets are still recommending these deadly flea treatments.
All right, joining us now with more on yesterday's White House. Well, dinner, music, meeting, Kid Rock. What a cool idea. How did you pull this off? How did you make that happen? And this is one of those moments I would have loved to have been a fly on that wall.
Yeah, I heard that from a lot of people that wanted to be flies on the wall. It started for me doing Bill's show and doing his podcast last year and again this year. And you know, they actually have things in common. Him and Trump, as hard as they've been on each other, Bill's been more than a little unkind to the president over the years. And I've kind of friendly with them both, and I said, man, what if you could sit down and meet them and break bread? That's one thing I found in life is, nothing gets solved and this country's so divided. I'm like, what if we could just have some laughs? Talk.
Why do you have sunglasses on? You're inside, you motherfucker. You're inside.
Talk about some things we agree on, and maybe just try to set an example for the reasonable people of this country that, it's okay to disagree
Reasonable
on things.
people don't wear sunglasses inside.
And, we can talk a little smack about each other, but at the end of the day, we're all on the same team.
We're on the same team. We live in the greatest country on earth. Fair enough. But he's been a harsh critic of President Trump. So you asked the president about it, and what was his first reaction?
He called me a couple times. He's like, Bob, what the hell have you got me into? I talked to I said, Mr. President, I've talked to Bill. It was very nerve wracking for me leading up to it. And because I'm like, what if this goes terrible and things go sideways? It ruins a lot of my credibility with someone I consider a dear friend, the president. But my heart was totally 100% pure going into this, just trying to do the right thing. And Bill totally got it. Bill's like, Bob, I'm not going to sabotage something that could potentially bring us and maybe this country closer together. I was like, Mr. President, he totally gets it. And these guys, my mind was blown. That's all I can say is just how well they got along. We talked about things we had in common. The president, gave us a great tour of the White House again, even in the private residence. It was just, and then he even.
What is this guy even mad at for? Holy shit. These are the fucking stupidest douchebags, I swear to God.
Called me later that night. Me and Dana went out after to, smoke a cigar and just catch up. And it must have been closer to midnight. The president called me, and he thought it went great. So did I. I go, that was incredible. So I
don't bring us all in that room, though. I mean, you talked about things that maybe they did agree on. I would assume borders, wokeism, things like that. Was there any disagreement at any point? What was Maher's reaction walking in there? My understanding is this was his first time, and he's donated a fortune to Democrats. He never got invited by any Democrat to the White House.
I couldn't.
You don't know if he's donated a fortune to Democrats. You're just saying that. Why don't you fucking prove that?
Believe that when he said that he'd never been invited to the White House, and not only are we in the White House having dinner, but then the president's like, we'd like to see the private residence. I'm like, oh, again, yes. And Bill's like, I've never even been here, and it just blew my mind. Going up there, and he's such a gracious host. You know how he is. He's so fun to be around. He's so flat.
So fun to be around. Why? Because of the hookers?
President's so funny, so smart, just a guy's guy. And and all of us there are sticks and stones guys. So jokes, we don't care about that. Like a lot of these snowflakes over the years of bed, you say one thing and they're all butt sore about it. Like we don't care about that. But it was incredible just watching him be cordial. Dana was sitting there. Dana's like, man,
dude, we're not snowflakes melting over jokes. We're real people who don't want our country destroyed.
and you did a great thing, Bob. This is a great thing. And it really made me feel good, It made me feel proud to I've been a very polarizing figure in my own right. I get that. So trying to do something good, and bring people together.
You've been polarizing? No way. I don't believe that for 1 second. All right. So Bill's going to go on a show. And what do you think, based on being there, he's going to say?
I think he's going to say nice things about the president. He's not going to have a MAGA hat on, and he's probably not going to vote Republican anytime.
Is he going to hide his life until you have your outfit on? Your evil Knievel, patriotic outfit.
Oh,
Evel Knievel patriotic outfit.
Oh, here's a fun story. So I was in the Oval Office with that outfit on, and so I brought a change of clothes for dinner. That thing was very hot, so I was changing clothes. But Dana told me, he goes, Bobby missed it when Bill Maher walked into the Oval Office. He said he looked pretty nervous, this, that, and the other. And the president said something to him real nice, and Bill's like, I need a drink. And the president's like, get him a drink. What do you want? He said, I want a margarita. The president had his people grab a margarita, and I grabbed a beer, and man, we had a great time.
All right, so we'll go back to my question, though, and I interrupted you. He goes on his show. Is he going to say, I really like this guy? We had a really good conversation. We had a meeting of the minds. Were there any points that they disagreed? What is he going to say?
This motherfucker, what he's going to say? What are you saying here? What kind of dumb shit is this that fucking Fox News puts on? Holy shit. Rogue judges for doing their jobs?
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Good God, man. Stop eating those. You're going to blow up.
Oh, thank God.
No, I'm not.
Committee Chairman Jim Jordan is urging the Appropriations Committee to use, finding bills to limit the ability of these rogue justices to misuse nationwide injunctions. Anyway, here with more. Chairman Jim Jordan is with us. Mr. Chairman, to me, it's just an extension of.
You know, fuck that. Somebody should say to him, you know what, buddy, you didn't win the election. We were just seeing if, you know, how it would go if we told you you won the election, because we know how it would have went if we told you you didn't. So they're here to take you to fucking El Salvador. Bye-bye.
Lawfare. To me, this is what they can't get done at the ballot box, what they can't get done legislatively. They go out judge picking, they find the right judge, and they get their injunction, and here we go.
Judge picking? Yeah, they go judge picking.
Yeah, it's a fundamental question, Sean. Who gets to decide? The 77 million people who showed up on election day, voted for President Trump, knew what he said he was going to do. He's now doing that.
No, you're incorrect. He said he was going to stop the Ukraine war on day one. He said he was going to lower the prices of groceries. He thought he invented the word groceries. No.
Do they get to decide, we the people, or is it some district judge, some unelected district judge who gets to make the call? And that's just not how our system works.
Well, I mean, we could ask ourselves that with voting. I mean, do we get to vote for who we want for president, or does the Electoral College? I mean, come on.
And then when you think about it, it's an unelected district judge who gets to make the call for the entire country.
Elon Musk is unelected. If they were fine before, they're fine now.
Right now. And so we have legislation, just like Senator Grassley is going to have in the Senate. We have legislation sponsored by Representative Issa, which would say the same thing. District judge, if you have a ruling, an injunction, it applies to the parties in the case in that respective jurisdiction. It doesn't apply nationwide. We're also looking at the appropriations process, and we're doing oversight like we did today at that hearing. All three levers we have in the House, in the Congress, to put pressure on the judicial branch.
Good. Then maybe we should relook at, you know, Trump's cases. Maybe he should be doing time. I've never heard of anybody being convicted of the crime but not having to do the time.
To do it the right way.
Okay, let's talk about what you
Or
think
even
Congress
pay the
could
money
do.
that they
And if, in fact, the House and the Senate can come up with a bill they agree with, okay, that means this would all go away, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we got to get it passed in the Senate. I think we can pass it in the House. We got the majority there. Of course, in the Senate to pass legislation, you got the 60 vote hurdle. You need the supermajority. But maybe, again, we've had justices like Justice Kagan who've said that this shouldn't be the case where one district judge can apply an injunction that impacts the entire country. So you even have justices on the left.
Been that way all along, buddy. Why you got a problem with it now?
Every man who urinates multiple times during the night should try this pumpkin method before bed. Every day I receive hundreds.
You know what time it is. It's time for Legal AF After Dark Edition. It's getting darker for Donald Trump. He's meeting major resistance, rock and hard place, against his attempts to put on the blacklist and put out of business big law firms that he doesn't like. They're on his naughty list because they were opposed to him or they represented Democratic causes or Democrat.
So
Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no. I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
Intimidation is the most key tenet of Donald Trump's administration. They want to intimidate institutions, intimidate individuals.
I'm sick of that shit, man. And that's how these motherfuckers on CWC even act, because they're like, oh, we'll threaten your family, your daughter. Fuck you, Debbie. I swear to God. You keep talking about my fucking daughter, bitch.
Intimidate anyone who is willing to oppose
What's
their
wrong? You can't fucking just fight me. You want to fucking harass my kid, you fucking bitch? Keep fucking thinking you got it like that.
And one of the loudest voices and most important in that opposition has been Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who just a couple of days ago was threatened by Pam Bondi and Donald Trump for calling out Elon Musk, and is once again facing a legal threat now from Donald Trump's administration just for delivering a brutal call out in report to a MAGA reporter. It is absolutely nonsensical the way that Donald Trump's administration is trying to scare people out of calling them out, and we are going to get into all of it and just the hypocrisy that is present throughout. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if
it is fucking ridiculous, man. These motherfuckers just constantly threatening people.
if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button. It goes a long way, and it really does mean a lot to me now. Before we get into Jasmine Crockett, I want to talk a lot about protest in this video, and we saw a great one out of Cory Booker tonight on the Senate floor.
And if I think it's a call for our country, I have to ask myself how I'm living these words. So tonight, I rise with the intention of getting in some good trouble. I rise with the intention of disrupting the normal business of the United States Senate for as long as I am physically able. I rise tonight because I believe sincerely that our country is in crisis. And I believe that not in a partisan sense, because so many of the people that have been reaching out to my office in pain, in fear, having their lives upended, so many of them identify themselves as Republicans.
Senator Booker has stated that he will remain on the Senate floor tonight, likely continue.
It's not right for us to have to see videos with Elon Musk in Wisconsin and Trump and his fucking speeches being booed so much that you cannot deny that America is not happy. It's not right that we're supposed to just sit there and fucking just be abused.
Into the morning and late into the following day until he can no longer stand. This is exactly the kind of energy we need from Democrats, treating this constitutional crisis and assault on our democracy with the urgency it deserves. People are taking to the streets, and I'll discuss that more later in this video, but it's crucial that our elected officials show the same commitment. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is doing everything possible to suppress our protests, as we saw in a bizarre video that sets up a threat against Jasmine Crockett from Pam Bondi.
Yeah, but I don't understand why aren't we arresting them for treason? I don't understand
that. Which I'll highlight here.
I've made it clear, if you take part in the wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties, we will find you, arrest you, and put you behind bars. Today, I'm proud to announce
that only attacks on Tesla property is a problem in domestic terrorism, not anybody else's property, huh? Not when just a regular guy gets his fucking property destroyed. It's no problem then.
Department of Justice has unsealed federal charges against another Tesla attacker. We've charged Cooper Frederick in the firebombing of a Tesla dealership that occurred on March 7th in Loveland, Colorado. All of these cases are a serious threat to public safety. Therefore, there will be no negotiating. We are seeking 20 years in prison. The crime was committed in Colorado, and thanks to the great investigative work by the FBI.
You better have fucking accounting of every fucking dime that you're taking away from this country, because that's theft and grand larceny. I mean, like, big time. And I think that should hold up pretty big. How about the shoddy made fucking material or the child labor in Africa? Is he being held responsible for any of that? I mean, like, really?
FBI, the defendant was arrested in Plano, Texas. Let this be a warning. You can run, but you cannot hide. Justice is coming.
Donald Trump isn't.
Who is that fucking little twerp? I mean, like, what is she, like 22 years old?
Concerned with the price of eggs, your rent, the stock market, or the rising cost of living. Instead, he's focused on protecting Elon Musk's Teslas and his feelings. Pam Bondi is now saying that anyone who even criticizes a Tesla is a target. Elon Musk is even threatening to investigate a woman just for flipping off a Tesla. And now
kidding?
they're apparently going after Jasmine Crockett.
Are you fucking kidding right now? Unbelievable. Unreal.
Simply for responding to the free press. This is yet another example of their relentless efforts to intimidate and attack. The DOJ is coming after Crockett for one of the most absurd reasons.
But Marjorie Taylor Greene can say whatever the fuck she wants. Unreal. What a bunch of fucking assholes.
Imaginable, but to understand just how ridiculous this is, you need to see this clip.
Best and worst cooking oils. Number 2, coconut oil. Coconut oil has a very high smoke point. So yes, you can absolutely use it. Unfortunately, coconut.
Hello, Congresswoman.
Horseman. Well, that sounds like fun.
Wait, Congresswoman Crockett.
But it sounds.
Congresswoman Crockett, you were recently on a Tesla takedown call calling for violence on the 29th. Would you like to clarify your comments?
As you can see.
Congresswoman, will you condone violence at the Tesla?
You watch that video and think pretty harmless, right? Jasmine Crockett, walking reporter, gets in her personal space, kind of just pushes the camera away, nothing more to it. But that's not what Donald Trump and Pam Bondi think. As we can see in this article right here, Jasmine Crockett's attack on right-wing reporter under review, Trump DOJ official claims acting U.S.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Attorney for Washington, D.C., Ed Martin, made clear on Monday that he would weigh whether to charge Jasmine Crockett with a crime in response to a MAGA podcaster claim that she assaulted him on Capitol Hill last week. The questionable incident, it's neither questionable nor an incident, unfolded on Tuesday as Charles Dius, a reporter affiliated with right-wing firebrand Laura Lomer, shoves his camera phone into Crockett's face. The Texas Democrat can be seen in the clip shared by Lomer and others in MAGA world, appearing to stretch out her hand and cover the camera as she continues walking and chatting with a Republican senator before the clip abruptly ends. As I've said from day one, no one is above the law.
Unreal.
Except for January 6th insurrectionist, Martin said Monday in a statement on X, the matter is currently under review by law enforcement authorities. If it is referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office, we will follow the proper procedures to determine whether charges are appropriate. His comments follow Downs' announcement on
Marjorie Taylor Greene has done. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
X that a very big development happened Monday after he filed a police report last week with Capitol Police for assault battery and attempted theft of his cell phone. I just left a formal with the United States Capitol Police down, Stu his followers in a video posted on Twitter, which was shared by Mark. I had to fill out some forms. Talk about the horrific incident where Congresswoman Crockett reached for my phone, scratching me just because I asked her a question about her involvement in a Tesla takedown. So now, my formal complaint has officially been moved to the United States Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., and we will see what happens next.
Now, if that was the opposite, that reporter would never be allowed back in there. Unreal.
Really, Donald Trump's DOJ, Donald Trump's STGE attorneys are threatening to arrest and charge Jasmine Crockett because she pushed a phone out of her personal space. Oh, this must be the worst assault we've ever seen in the halls of our Capitol. Oh, no. What about January 6th? Of course. They don't care. They don't care. All they want to do is try and intimidate. And that's exactly what happened last time. Jasmine Crockett was threatened legal by the Trump administration just for speaking out against Tesla. Remember that this clip right here.
They want y'all to kind of tamp down what you say and hopefully buy into the lies instead of going out there and just telling the truth. And so, yeah, I'm excited to see that Elon Musk, that his money as it relates to Tesla, well, Tesla's tanking right now. And I'm okay with that. So just in case the slow people listening decide to clip this up later, I just want to say that I have never promoted violence whatsoever, yet I've also never made excuse for those violent actors such as the ones on January 6th. So Pam Bondi, if you have an issue with terrorism, maybe you should talk to your boss about locking back up those guys that he let out that participated in January 6th.
When Pam Bondi, though, says, tread carefully, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
It's a threat.
All it means is that she's attempting to get me to say, oh, I'm going to be scared and I'm just not going to say anything, because they are willing to literally break the law. I mean, that's what we've seen them do. They are ignoring court orders. They are ignoring what our own laws are. When we look at things such as impoundment, things like that, this entire administration is rogue. And this isn't about partisanship. I keep trying to tell people that we are living in the time of good versus evil, right versus wrong.
Yeah, it is.
And right now, when we are looking at the black letter of the law and they are deciding, I'm just going to ignore it, then they are wrong. That is clear as day. And right now, they are going after anyone who decides that they will challenge them, whether it's the judges that are sitting on the benches, whether it is lawyers that have decided that they were going to represent their clients to the best of their ability, and most of them won against Trump and his administration. Basically, they are trying to get rid of all voices of dissent.
Okay, well, let's pick up on right versus wrong, because a new memo from the Trump administration in part directs the heads of the Justice and Homeland Security departments to seek sanctions against attorneys and law firms.
Jasmine Crockett was not encouraging anyone to throw Molotov cocktails through Tesla windows. In fact, as I always say, that's unnecessary because they tend to have issues on their own. What she was advocating for was the use of our First Amendment rights while we still have them under this Trump administration. Donald Trump fears protest. He fears mobilization. And that's exactly why we need to take action. The biggest single day collective protest since Trump's inauguration is happening on April 5th, a Saturday.
You see that building the size of several football fields just behind me? What's happening inside?
With demonstrations planned across the country, Trump is attacking our Social Security, Medicare, jobs, and tax dollars. Everything we've paid into and rely on. These essential programs like Medicaid and Medicare are what keep people safe and healthy. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is also going after our livelihoods. No matter what issues matter most to you, they're all under attack. But here's the important part. We still have power in this fight. We can push back. That's why I want you to take part in Hands Off, this nationwide day of action. No matter where you are, your city, town, or state, you can get involved. I'll have links below this video. And while I hope you'll watch until the end,
and while we celebrate tonight, I want to share some words of the great Honorable Thurgood Marshall, which I find fit the unprecedented moment we are living in.
Was clearly willing to go all in, make this a referendum, and they lost.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's hard to really understate what a massive victory this was for him and what a massive loss it was for Elon Musk. I mean, Elon Musk put himself front and center. I think it's
who the fuck is this guy?
safe to say after last night in Wisconsin, the heat shield has melted. It did not hold together coming back into Earth's atmosphere. And man, again, just think, Wisconsin, media-wise, it's a small state. He spent tens of millions of his own dollars handing out $1 million checks. I mean, they went all
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. You are watching Beyond.
So Donald Trump, actually together with Elon Musk, seems to spend a lot of time talking and thinking about IQ. It's a yardstick they use to determine the value and worth of people. They'll often say, oh, so-and-so is low IQ or so-and-so is high IQ. If you remember when X was in the Oval Office interrupting Trump, Trump was saying, oh, this is X, he has a very high IQ. That's his way of complimenting somebody. That is the be-all and end-all, the ultimate yardstick for these guys. Unfortunately, however, IQ is actually a very poor yardstick and a not very valuable or useful measure when we're trying to determine someone's efficacy. How effective are they in what they're trying to do? How effective are they in the world? How good are they at? Plenty of studies have shown that the single biggest determining factor on whether or not somebody succeeds in making a difference in improving people's lives and actually around them is emotional intelligence. And that's a very specific thing, a very different thing from intellectual intelligence, IQ. Now, intellectual intelligence is measured often, but unfortunately, it's misunderstood as the ultimate determinant of how useful, how effective, how smart you are. The real intelligence is emotional intelligence, and that is the one that correlates better with success, with achievement, with, most importantly, with efficacy, with actually managing to do positive things in the world, make a difference and make progress.
And I've been covering a decade of research on the brain and emotion, and I wanted to have a frame for that. I integrated it with the findings from research on outstanding performers, and I saw that people who emerge as out.
Well, he doesn't care about people, so we know that. We do know that. Stomach. All right. Peace, love, and tacos. Oh, hey, Angel baby. I didn't see you. I did not see you. I was just looking at the Trump stuff because he's so terrible. And so is Elon. And usually, you know, nobody
Cost of fraud, it is a tiny amount. There's probably
doesn't, you know, like want to hear about the politics, but every once in a while I like to go through it.
more fraud in the money they spent on this production in Wisconsin. I would have bet you there's more fraud and waste in just putting on that show that they do there. There's certainly fraud. And here is some of the fraud right now. They are lying about Social Security numbers. They're pretending they're talking about undocumented immigrants. They are talking about people with legal status.
You're going to go live? All right. Good. Drop your link in here, by the way. Drop your link for anybody who's watching if they want to. I know, right? I hear ya. But drop your link. I'll wait till you do that. I'll wait till you drop your link.
Status in this country.
I think so. Does it work? I'll give you mine.
We found the fraud. Here it comes. Oh, this is
drop your link. So that if you're gonna go live, people can make their way over there. You know, it says there's 23. No, I don't. I was just about to end, so I've been on long enough. So, I mean, that's if you're planning on going live, but still drop your link anyway. So people can, you know, go to your channel anyway. See, I do have channel owners that like me, Debbie. You know how to drop your link, right? Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah. That's Angel Baby's channel. Please check her out. She's a very good person. She goes live early in the morning. So people are having their coffee. Check her out. And be encouraging. Subscribe, like, thumbs up. United we stand, divided we fall, and peace, love, and tacos for all. Thanks for stopping in, you guys.